go. Believe we're good. Sweets. Good stuff. So yes. Oh, there we go. Sweets. Yes, it is. I was trying to do some stuff in the background, teach. So I think that was the cause of that one. Hello and welcome to the Enduro GT series. We are at Dragon Trail Gardens here today, ready to get some racing done underway. Looking forward to it. You will have to be in the Discord of Enduro GT. It is not our channel that runs this league series, so you will have to get the authorization of the Enduro GT guys who are running this lobby. FPS blur. Yeah, right, Travis. No, it is a private lobby. It has. The teams have already been signed up for quite a long time now. Unfortunately, Travis. Afternoon, Hansa. How you doing, buddy? Looking forward to seeing your stint later on. So yes, let me just have a quick rundown of the teams. Let's have a quick look. So I believe all these guys were here last time out at Brands Hatch. So let me see if I can have a quick look at this. So I believe Ivor, who we're currently looking at, who is the host of today's lobby. So anybody who is already designated to race today, make sure you have this guy added in order to participate in these stints here today. I believe he's racing for JM Racing here today in the Mercedes, so good to see him back out. Or I'm not quite sure. I'll have to see if I can try and get these team names right, because I believe that is a new team, because there was no BMW that was racing last time, so I'll have to double check the teams here today. If anybody would like to try and DM me either over Insta or Discord the teams that are participating today, just so I don't get the names wrong, that'll be greatly appreciated. Oh, it looks like he's picking up a half-second penalty there, just through the dreaded sausage curbs of justice. Team Hex, these guys were out last time. Millsy racing for Team Hex this time around. We have a Porsche driver this time around as well, in the form of Heve, is that how I pronounce it? I believe that is a Singapore flag. So I have people from all over the world today. It's great to see. I believe that's a Singapore flag. If my flag knowledge is right, I believe that's Singapore, but I could be wrong about that. We also have an Audi driver in here today, Zorbedrot. I don't know how to pronounce German, so apologies for butchering it. But I believe these guys were driving out last time. I believe these guys were in the Lamborghini last time, the German crew. So good to see them back, I believe, if I remember that name from last time. We also have Khan Paleto Glue. I'm butchering these names, I'm sorry, but in the Lamborghini Huracan here today as well. Lovely looking car, that. I'm a sucker for gradient cars. That's very nice to see as well. And we also have Jake Marsh in another BMW sitting in the pits, and also us in the Hyundai Genesis. I will ready up now as well, just in case. But should be all good here today. Looking forward to it. So if any of you guys who don't know of this series, this is an external GRT championship. So there is a lot of so it's a completely different league that is running this, completely different Discord outside of GRT, hosted by and it is named Enduro GT. So it consists of a 6-hour total race that is split up into 3 different stints. So myself will be participating in qualifying for the first stint, and I'll be driving the first stint. I believe Hansa will be driving the second stint for us, and that will start at around 5 past or 10 past 2 GRT time after my 2-hour stint is done. So basically I'll do my 2-hour stint, the lobby will be reset, Hans will jump in the car, and then he'll do his 2-hour stint as well. And then I believe it is Mike, who unfortunately didn't get a race last time out at Brands Hatch due to unforeseen errors. So he will be taking the last stint, and if all goes according to plan, touch wood, we shall have a lovely 6 and a bit hour stream for you all today. And hopefully it is all nice and connected as one. We can only hope. And yes, I will do that as well, Teach. Bear with us. Discord. There we go. Sweet, there we go. Right. And we are actually going to get qualifying underway in a couple seconds here. So it should be a good laugh. Let's see if I can get out on track pretty soon. Right, I suppose I should get my gloves on. My wheel is set correctly. Morning, Mike. Morning, Timmy, as well. I did see your message there. Thank you very much for support, buddy. Good morning to you as well, Dan. Ah, you're in the second stint. Ah, right, Mike's doing stint 2 for us. Cool, cool. Good stuff. Okie doke then. I should probably do... You know what? I'm going to do some stretches. 1 second. Bear with us. Better get back in my seat before qualifying. Oh, there we go. Right. Good luck, everybody that is participating today in this first stint, as well as both second and third stints. Good luck to you all. Let's get this underway, shall we? Got to do my usual tactic and wait a few before starting. Right. Thank you, Jack, as well, who's also joined the chat, and thank you guys for all support here today. Hopefully we shall have one big stream for you all. So without further ado, let's get this shit underway, shall we? So 10-minute qualifier, just a standard qualifying as you would usually see in GRT Sport. And I'm definitely going to be a lot more rusty than I was at Brands Hatch, because I haven't had as much time to practice this week as I had for Brands Hatch. So see, that happened to us last time as well, Dan. We unfortunately didn't make the first stint, so we were, I believe, when I came into the car for the second stint, we had a bit of a time penalty as well, because we started from the back of the grid. But don't worry, man, mate, it's 2 hours, so there's plenty of time to catch up, so don't you worry about that. Right, let's give this a good go, shall we? Right, let's have a bit of a lap. Let's see if I can remember the lines through here. Tap of the brakes in the first corner, ease it round. Just past the 100-metre board, third gear, turn it in, shift down to second, miss the first sausage curb, up into third early. Make sure not to take too much curb coming out of the little chicane there, otherwise you will get yourself a half-second penalty. And right just after the cones, hard on the brakes, down to first gear, hairpin, shift it round. Second might actually be better round there, try that next lap. Full throttle through the first one, just missed the apex slightly, down into third. Small tap of the brakes, and get it turned in. On 30.5 for Ivor. You actually want to do it late on the accelerator coming around them corners there. Hard on the brakes to the double left-hander, feed on the power, and that's the first lap. Not quite sure what kind of times I'll be getting yet, just managed to pit pole for the moment. The time will come within a few laps as well, so should be all good. So if you don't mind me, I'm going to stay quiet for a couple minutes, see if I can get a few laps together. So yeah, and just enjoy the show. good sign, I'm getting quicker. Whoa, a bit wide through there. A lot slower through that sector. Whew, right. Yeah. Let's back off slightly here. That didn't really work. It's a feeling that I'm gonna catch that Lambo on this lap. Just about. Too much. Slower again, I think. I was too early on the throttle coming out of the chicane there. I'm not going to interrupt this guy's lap. I'm going to try not to anyway. It's not the most stable coming out of the hairpin, actually. I'm going to try and I don't want to interrupt this now, never mind. I didn't want to interrupt that guy's lap, but I did need to get past him. Same with this Audi in front. Just hopefully should be enough. Oh, there's no downforce. Yeah. That's it. I knew we was going to catch both of them going through there. It's just unfortunate. Poor timing, I guess, but hopefully that lap shall hold up for now. I'm not going to interfere with these guys' laps, so I'm just going to let them go on by. I was trying to see if I could potentially get a run on them out of the chicane, but didn't quite have the run that I wanted there. I actually managed to time qualifying pretty much perfectly as well, which is quite nice. That final lap was right on the cusp as well. And there we go, that seems to be qualifying over. Yeah, to be honest, I don't find it too bad talking and driving at the same time. I don't find it too bad. I can cope with it, so, you know. But we'll see how it goes. Good luck to everybody racing here today. Let's do this. Don't know what type of start this is actually, so apart from being grid, is it? I'm guessing it's false start. It is. Okay. Mercedes gets off to a good start, as expected. Being shoved out of the way already, good stuff. Thanks very much, Lewis. Little move on the inside there. Very, very close racing so far. Pushed wide there completely. Bit of a messy start, but yeah, to be honest, using traction control in this thing off the line, it's not a meta. It's really not to me. Sausage curve. The Aston's quick in a straight line, but it's not got the grip through the corners. Bad turn from me there. Need to get used to having the tyre wear and fuel in the car. Right. guys are really slowing us up. Aston's went wide of there. Teed that one up. Fucking hell. That wasn't even me there, I got hit by Ivor behind. Well. Well, hopefully we can use that to our advantage. Stretch our legs a bit there. You can see how much the Aston gains in slipstream there. I don't think this Lewis guy has like idea of passing people without touching at the moment, because every single time he's just right on my arse, giving it a good old rub. Really need to break the slipstream. The Aston can just keep up with the Genesis so well because it's got a slipstream. It's another touch. There we go. Hopefully you can pull away a bit more now. Fingers crossed anyway. And I do know that Aston is probably using a lot more fuel than me. thing is deadly, man. Oh, just the right amount of grip. Just. Now we can just settle in and hopefully ride this one out. Let the other guys battle it out behind, hopefully. Oh, we have pulled a bit of a gap. That's the line I want. Whew. Slightly too early on the power, but we got it. Hey Stan, how you doing, buddy? Just need to remember to stay concentrated, especially through that bit there. You gained a lot of time on me there, actually. Hopefully we can just stay in the 130s for the meantime anyway. Made the time back up through there. Right, okay. Switching up into third out of the last corner there really helps with traction. Thanks for the support, Stan. "15 minutes down, 1 hour 45 to go." Slowly eking out that gap to the Aston behind. So looking good on fuel for the moment. Our aim is to use 25% for every 20 minutes. So we're looking good so far. Wide through that. Oh, good. Just. A little bit squirrely through there, but not too major. Doke. It's remaining nice and consistent. Sorry for the lack of commentary, I'm just trying to keep it focused for the moment anyway. Until I have a nice, hopefully, have a nice gap to the guys behind. I think possibly coming out the pits will be a lot better. It's a perfect run out of there. Lewis just made a little mistake behind us there. Gained a lot of time coming out of them. Best through there, but we'll take it. Well, there's a couple of guys battling up front. I was slightly ahead, so might not be as easy. Obviously don't want to intrude on their battle, but obviously under blue flags might be slightly difficult. Coming up fast though. Still just getting little bits of time here and there, which is all good. That's what I want to see. So yeah, I've just passed the yellow flag up ahead. Sausage. Sausages. Sweet. Hit all the apexes that time around. Use a bit of this guy's slipstream in front, down the straight. Thank you very much. It's not often you get drivers who are just like completely aware of the surroundings, especially in that situation, because it's not often that you have to experience like that. So fair play to that guy in the Audi. And the Lambo, I should say, as well. Gave plenty of space. No worries, no issues. I can continue on from there. Hey Mikey, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, buddy. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday, and hopefully this is providing at least a little bit of entertainment for you today. As I said, Rob, before, these guys have a variety of different skill levels of drivers, and they all just want to race, so fair play to them. Doesn't matter what the speed is. Because they might be brand new, might have had it since day one, doesn't really matter, to be honest. They're willing to give it a go, and anybody who's willing to drive for 2 hours in a stint, fair play to them. Great to see all the love in the chat as well today, guys. Oh, no way, Teach. Say all you need to do though is all you need to do is you just need to pull this up on one of the TVs and you're sorted. Ah, that's good at least, Teach. At least you're off. At least you don't have to work the entire weekend. Ooh, a bit wide through there. Managed to keep it at least. Still keeping our lap times consistent. We've only dropped off a couple tenths. So we're still in the low 31s. Excuse me. So we have 10 minutes until the end of our first stint. Then we shall put another set of the Super Softs on and go for another 40 minutes. Does not feel like it's been half an hour already, not gonna lie. So we actually, speaking of pit stops, we have the first guy pitting in there, Jake Marsh, after half an hour. So he's possibly going for the 3 stop. got similar fuels. Granted, I have done a bit more driving distance, so that's probably an extra 1 or 2% on the fuel, but interesting to see the strategies coming out now, like as people start to make their first pit stops. I keep debating whether to go third or fourth through that corner. Still looking good on fuel. Yes, we are. Do a quick bit of math in my head. Quick math. I think the Aston's tyres are starting to die off a little bit now. Fortunately, Lewis behind me has started to lose quite a bit of time. Smashing apexes though, always good. Thank you very much, Vorta. Yes, definitely though. A long way to go, but good start. Good starting point as we cross. So we've just a couple minutes ago crossed the half-an-hour mark on this first stint. Well, thanks for stopping by, Vorta. And hopefully we can provide you with some light entertainment. Just trying to debate this because using third gets the turn in quite nicely, but fourth carries a bit more momentum. Debatable. As we have the second person to pit in, I believe, and I believe it is the Singapore driver. Comes out on a fresh set of softs, I believe. Just managed to keep it together. No probs, Stan. Thank you for joining in and supporting us through this, at least for a little bit. Go enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Oh, good to hear, Voter. Good to hear that you're enjoying your Saturday with a fresh cup, freshly brewed. As we see Lewis behind us pitting in on 51 fuel, so indeed we have saved a bit more fuel compared to the Aston as expected. Means we can go for a couple extra laps before needing to pit in. I shall box next lap. We actually saved plenty of fuel, which is a good sign. Plenty of fuel to go forward, which means we will have no problems doing another 40-minute stint. It does not feel like I've done 25 laps, not gonna lie. It does not feel like it's been that long. But I suppose that's a good thing. And hopefully should be able to come back out in front of Emmerichs, who was behind us. I believe that was a guy who started in second place in qualifying. Was the Finnish driver. Right, boxing this lap. Somebody else as well, Jake Marsh, is also pitting. Stan's long-lost brother. And that's Stan as in South Park reference, not Stan is in Aussie Stan. But I'm sure you got that, it's fine. As we come in, change to a fresh set of super soft tyres. as our friend behind us also pits in at the same time. Oh, the grip, the grip. There's so much grip, there's so much grip. Yes. Millsy also pits as well. He actually pits onto a set of softs, which is interesting. So we'll see if we can get into the 29s. I feel like we can get into the 29s next lap. God, so much grip. So much. God, I can accelerate so much earlier out of there. Yeah, he just DC'd, I think. It's really unfortunate for him. He had just came into the pits there. JQ came in at the same time as us. Hopefully the rest of his team can come out and finish the rest of the stints in this race. Let's see if we can get a banging lap time, shall we? Good start. It's a bit late on the brakes there. I was rapidly shifting down the gears at that time. Come on. Keep it through here and fourth for the momentum. A little bit sloppy through there. Oh, the grip. Eat it up. Burn that rubber. Boom. So much more grip through there. Right, let's see. I don't think this is a 29. No. 10's quicker though. I don't know if a 29 is going to be possible. It'll be very close, but that's my one and only lap of trying to gun for it. Just going to get back in the zone. Nothing stupid. Who knows? Anything can happen. Just get back into the zone. Nothing stupid. That's the line I needed to take last lap. That was a lot better through there. Looks like Emmerich and Lewis are fighting behind. Emmerich takes second place. That new rubber really working out for him. Yeah, back on pace. Just the right amount of grip. Nice and clean, consistent. That's all we need. Be interesting to see if Emmerich can actually shake Lewis a bit. be honest, did anybody see what Emmerich was driving? I can't remember what them guys were racing in, to be honest. Somebody would like to inform me in chat. Bit too eager on the downshift. Oh yeah, Rob, the Genesis is an understeering monster. Tons of stability. It honestly feels reminiscent of the old GD3 cars, like the Z4 and the M3. It's just got a lot more grip than them things do. You can actually get it turned in, and the acceleration off some of the corners is like mental. Hey Hippie, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping by on the Saturday. Ah, BMW, that's it. Too slow around there that time. Just maintaining the gap to the guy behind. Just going at the same pace, I believe, so far, anyway. Oh, I nailed it that time though. Trust you, Teach. Trust you. There's a yellow flag in front. Fortunately, the Turkish driver in the Huracan isn't having the best race today. The yellow flag up ahead. I think it looks the Porsche driver from Singapore making a mistake there. It's unfortunate, Hippie. Hopefully you get back to your old happy, smiley self soon. Everybody has them times. Don't worry. To be honest, before this week, I was feeling a little bit like that myself. To be honest. Ooh, we have a battle for second going on actually. Lewis has managed to re-catch and re-overtake Emmerichs, just slowing them both up a little bit. Good for us. But hopefully you are doing okay, Hippie. Always lovely to see you in chat. It's a different line I've taken through there that time. Ooh, what's happened there then? It's been a mistake by the both of them, I think. So now over 30 seconds behind. Wonder if either Lewis went off at the chicane or something like that. And that's it, Hippie. Just needs a bit more things just to take your mind off things, especially if you're stuck in the house all the time. I know I was recently. Just trying to find other things to do, really, especially outside at the moment. I think it's lucky the fact that I don't have to be stuck in the house anymore, which is quite nice. Just feel a bit refreshed at the moment. Reality is a myth, society is a lie. I've become death, destroyer of worlds. If only YouTube wasn't in like copyrighted state or anything like that, I'd have Linkin Park on so hard with that song right now. I think he was trying to get out of the way there, but just didn't turn in quite enough there. No harm caused though. Keep it up, Sauber. Keep it up, Sauber. Almost done an hour now. Not that much longer to go in the grand scheme of things. Coming up to the halfway mark here. It's my first 1:31 of this stint. Tyres looking a lot better in terms of life, I think, because of the less fuel. Hopefully everybody is having a very nice Saturday, by the way. Let me know what you're up to in the chat. A bit of a natter as we come up to the halfway mark of this stream. Actually, I've got a bit of a thing to say as well. Actually, the reason why I haven't been as busy this week is I've actually started a new job this week, which I'm quite looking forward to. Unfortunately, lost my previous job because it was only a temporary position, but starting a new job. Started a new job this week, so looking forward to where that can go. There's another 130, back on it. Looks like Zalba is taking another pit in. So around 31. He's actually got a bit more fuel than us. But as we come up to the halfway mark, we have also got plenty of fuel for our strategy. Plenty. Yeah. We'll have an extra 5% of fuel. More than enough to keep us going right to the very end. Thanks, Hippie. Thanks, Crazy. I'm looking forward to it. It's another change of scenery. And I'm glad I'm back making a little bit of money again. Just eking out a little bit more of a lead here. Almost at the 35 seconds ahead of Emmerich behind. You think I should ask if he plays for Arsenal? Thank you very much, Tej. Hopefully work isn't too bad for you, buddy. Hope it's nice and quiet for you, or the opposite, depending on what you prefer. I don't know. I don't know if you want it to be busy or quiet, or just the happy medium, but let's be real, the happy medium doesn't exist in the workplace. No, that is true, that is true. Does not exist in the slightest. Very true. Hopefully it will allow me to save a replay, because this will be used for the thumbnails for this series going forward, so if it does allow me to save some parts of this race, hopefully it allows me to save the start of it, at least, because that's where the main bulk of the thumbnails come from sometimes. The ones I've been doing anyway. I was in a bit of a scramble this morning just to try and get everything sorted for today. Managed to make a quick thumbnail and put it up on the stream when it went live. Disco Mark 69, great name. Maybe likes a bit of the Bee Gees, a bit of Earth, Wind, Fire. Cool in the Gang. Actually, that's an interesting question I think I'll ask as well. What are your guys' favourite like music genre? If you had to pick one. If you had to pick one music genre overall, of one you would most likely listen to, what would that be? Yes, it is I who have been doing them for the meantime anyway. And the good thing is as well, even though that I'm like definitely not got as much spare time anymore, it means that I've actually just set up the entire template, so I can just pretty much like just insert pictures into the thumbnails for what I've already got, and I should be able to just go from there. so it'll take like half the time. Because I think actually to set up all the templates and to do everything correctly, I think what was it? I'm sure I spent about 5 or 6 hours on one of the days just to try and set up the templates and stuff, but everything's just going to be like completely autonomous now, so look at some replays, get some pictures, slap them in, thumbnail. Nice, clean, quick, that's all we need. It looks like we have a bunch of people pitting in early, actually, which is a surprise. So we have second, third and fourth all pitting. And that is actually surprisingly early, so I wonder if they're going to go at the end of the race. Must be. '90s rock. You guys are going to make me scroll up in the chat again. There's too many answers now. What have I done? Whoa, okay. Didn't make that the easiest, but never mind. Especially having to go offline for that, but hey ho, we move. Ah, they're fine. Hopefully the back markers fine. Hopefully another fight doesn't break out in the chat, because that's what happened last time. I do rate that. Rate that crazy. But yeah, I guess it does. It always depends on like what you're doing, especially if you like. Oh, here we go. Especially if there's depending on what you're doing. Because I mean, really, if you like, I would say even if you like working out and stuff, metal's like a great one for me. Or if you're doing anything like. If you're doing any physical activity, metal is like a huge one for me anyway. There we go. I'm definitely not as big on the rap game as a lot of people are. Fucking rejoins. I would definitely say if I had to listen to something like that, I'm definitely listening to like grime over rap. But even that, I don't really listen to grime that often. I don't listen to it that often, but there's some great raps out there. But I'm not a massive listener of, like, I guess probably modern rap. Yeah, a bit of BBK. That's pretty much my grime knowledge, to be fair. BBK. Listen to a tiny bit of Stormzy, and then everybody outside of that. Crisco, Kano. But definitely not my main genre of music. To be honest, it's probably a bit hypocritical of me trying to get people to name their one genre, because I probably don't have one genre I listen to be honest. So, you know. Yes. See, Timmy knows. Timmy knows. Yeah, surprisingly, actually never really got into Stormzy, to be honest. Like, I rate him as an artist, but I don't listen to him. Oh, shit. Called Dave. Why am I not surprised there's a British rapper called Dave as his, like, stage name? Why am I not surprised? Now you're not. He's just completely taken him out. He was typing, "I'm way ahead of you," and when he finished typing, he was right behind him. My god. I could list a fair few Eminem songs, to be fair. But mainly his more well-known stuff rather than his, like, more modern stuff, to be honest. The last one I really got into was Godzilla, for obvious reasons. Just a stupid song, that, but great at the same time. Especially with Juice WRLD. Rest in peace. Oh, I'll have to... Thank you very much, Ivor. Looks like the war between racers and backmarkers is even happening in GRT Sport, look. Very much so, that. To be honest, I haven't had any problems really with the back markers. They've all been fine for me. I think apart from Zelba during the hairpin, but I think that can be explained, to be honest. Apart from that, they haven't been too bad. Yeah, I'd agree. Definitely old school is better. Thank you very much, Vorta, as well, for hopping into the stream. I don't know, are you in our Discord, Vorta? Not quite sure. I can't remember if I saw your name in the Discord before or not. But if not, Discord is always open for new members. Have a look in there, see what we're about. And we will be streaming pretty much most of the day, to be honest. And if you are interested in racing, actually, we do have an open lobby coming up tonight. Not quite sure of the strategy that Emmerich is going for here, but hey ho. I think I'll box this lap again. Should I? Yeah, I will. I'll box this lap. As fuel just tips over into the red. As we make our second and last stop of the event. So we only need, so for another 40 minutes, 26 laps. 26. I'll do it to 50% just in case, so we've got an extra couple laps spare, but 26, looking for that golden 26 mark. There we go, that'll do. Boom. Look at that for timing. And we have grip again now. Hooray. Haver. Nice job in getting out of the way. Right, we'll give it the one go again. See if we can get the infamous 29 seconds. See if we can get the infamous 1:29. And if not, oh well. Maximum revs. Engines in hot lap. Let's do this. Slightly down in the first sector. Too late on the brakes again. Don't think that's going to be... Well, it's definitely not going to be good enough for a 29, but... Ah, just off. Damn it. One more go. Slightly off again. Damn it. Too much. Oh, it's quicker through there as well, damn it. Right, let's stop that now before I make a big mistake. Give it a shot though. I was only slightly slow through there. Was on the hot lap pace, but... just keep it nice and smooth and steady from now on. No need to do anything rash. Just keep it cool. We're a minute ahead. We're not pitting again. Ooh, that's interesting. The Aston is pitting again. And so is Ivor. There's fourth place just up ahead. So Millsy moves into fourth place. Elric takes back P2. And we're pretty much exactly the same spot where we were before we came in for the pit stop, which is good. And we have fresher tyres compared to Elric behind us. Elric's even. Whew. Coming up to the last half hour. To be honest, I feel a bit better than when I did Brands Hatch. I feel like this track isn't as demanding on the driver as Brands Hatch. That's what I feel like anyway. He goes a bit wide in the hairpin. Quibus, I remember that name from last time. To be honest, Rob, you may as well just rephrase that to if you don't have an MR car for the first chicane, you'll be fine. Because that seems to be the only cars. Fucking hell. No major time lost, but hey-ho. No, Disco Mark. You were the chosen one. Said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them. Underrated movie, in my opinion. Still in the 130s, which is good. Mistake from the Turkish driver in the Hurricane. Oh, okay. Still on the inside. Come on, dude. Well, this is the first issue I'm having. Well, he's just went for me there. Got you on stream, dude. Mr. Kang. Polato. Possibly the worst person to try and take out of the race. But hey ho, we move. Oops. I gave him plenty of room through the hairpin, gave him plenty of room through the other sections of the track, didn't hit him. And then as soon as he went wide on one corner, just took the racing line through there. And then I'd agree there's a slight bit of contact as I went through there, and then he just tried to take me out. So he went straight on. Not much more needs to be said. Anybody who's going into a league setting, please don't do that. Anybody who's watching this, just don't. Just take your time, reevaluate what you're actually doing when you're driving, take awareness of your actual surroundings and think, what's going on right now? Okay, well, I'm being waved a blue flag, let's have a quick look behind, see how far he is away. It impedes your progress as well as everybody else around, so there's no reason not to do it. I'm not having a go at the guy, but it's just, there's no need to do that. Especially then potentially taking out the leader, because realistically, if that was anybody else, they would go off a bit, in general. Just means he's just on stream, just plain to see. They are, yes, Hippie. You can see them being waved on the track, and in the practice, before the actual qualification stuff started, the flags were waving about. You can see them waving them on the side of the track. So you can see them. Well, the time Lewis has probably lost to Emmerichs by typing that. Not to mention he didn't spell it right, but you know. Yeah, I think the other guys' strategies haven't done them too many favours in this regard. Because I've already made my final pit stop. This is me to the end now. I think it is the other guys as well, but the other guys have also had to take a couple extra pit stop or two, which has lost them even more time. Thanks Hansa, thanks Mike. This is looking good. Managed to keep it well within the 130s at the moment. On a fresher set of tyres. I think Emmerich and Lewis behind are doing pretty much the same pace, so we've been pretty much on the same amount of time for a while. Saying that though, he has just lost a couple seconds. Stretch. Oh. Shoulders are starting to seize up just a little bit. Honestly, if I had any sort of camera right now, you'd see the world's best dance. I'm not sure of the code at this stage of the race. You will have to ask Ivor, who is currently racing at the moment. So the guy you will need to add if you need to get into the lobby for your stint is Ivor1 Bighorn. Not gonna lie, Hans, I was expecting a contra code. What's the code? What's that code for? Have enough to make the end of it. Fair enough. I assumed it was a code from some sort of game you could just remember off by heart, but I can't remember any codes. To be honest, the only codes I can remember doing really for these sort of games is when I used to have my old Game Boy. I remember doing all the codes for them. That was the only real codes I can remember having to put in for stuff. Apart from cheat codes, of course, because that's just in every game. Disco Mark's back. Ah, just in 31 there. First 31 in a while again. Tyres just starting to show a little bit of wear, not too much though. You can tell the initial grip's definitely faded at this point. 25 minutes into this stint. Disco Mark can get his internet sorted out. Unfortunately, I was never old enough to play the old GTA games. Unfortunately. Especially 3. Seen playthroughs of it all the time, but unfortunately never had the pleasure of playing the old GT3 or GTA 4 even. Yes, I definitely did. I definitely missed out on that. But I did grow up with many other brilliant games, so take the good with the bad. I managed to grow up with NSF, NFS even, that's it. That was my main one anyway. Growing up with Need for Speed. I grew up with Underground 2, well, Underground 2, Carbon, the best ones, Pro Street, oh, what a game, what a game. Whoa. That's enormous sideswiping, that Audi. Hopefully he doesn't hold me up too much. Ooh. Guess that works. What? Gonna have a battle for second place on the final couple of laps. What? Why is he pitted again? There he is. Damn, that's gonna be interesting. He's gaining. See, I'm a bit biased because I really like the old, well, not the old, but not the original Most Wanted, but the Criterion games Most Wanted, because I was really good at that game. It wasn't a particularly good game, but I enjoyed it a lot because I was very good at that game. I think I was in the top 100 at one point in that game. Very fun to play. When you got the hang of the physics and stuff, that game was a really fun game to play, to be honest, even though it gets shit on quite a lot. Going to be an interesting battle for second place. I'm towing the Aston along a little bit here, so I wonder if he'll be able to keep in my slipstream, potentially fend off the Merc behind. And depending on what time the race actually ends, I wonder if I'd be able to squeeze 2 laps ahead of these two behind us. Starting to just slowly pull out of the slipstream there. I think I'm out of the slipstream now. Aston's on his own. Lewis is on his own to defend against Emmerich's behind him. as Khan pulls into the pits. Oh no, I used to have that game on a PS1, hippie. But I only ended up playing it a few times before the PS2 came out. Where you got the racing stripes and stuff. Need for Speed, the only game in existence where racing stripes actually made you faster. He's really closing in. Emmerichs really wants that second place. Four laps of fuel, that should be enough, right? Might just have to save a little bit more. Oh, he's actually passed, I didn't realise that. I was too busy focusing on the fuel that Emmerichs has actually passed Lewis. I'm sure there was a Need for Speed game though, that it was one of the old ones, because I had it on the PS1, that there was only 2 upgrades you could get for all of your cars. And it was racing stripes and an engine upgrade, I'm sure. It might not have been 3, it might have been another one. I'm sure there was at least one game which did that. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to quite make it for the extra lap to make it lap 80, unfortunately. Which I really would have liked to try and do, but there's just not going to be enough time. It's going to be 2 more laps. It would have been nice if we could get the round 80 for laps, but not going to be able to do it. Not quite enough time left. Hope you're ready as well, Mike. And say we only have like a 5-minute grace period before the next one starts, so if you are still watching, Mike, by the way, get your stuff ready, because there's not much time between the first and second stints and stuff. Good stuff. Already on it, as I knew he would be. There he is. Willed it into existence. Now, on paper, this looks like a really close finish. I wish we could have had that one more lap, to be honest, but hey ho, not to be. Overall, I am very happy with how I've driven today. There's pretty much been no mistakes whatsoever. And I did have enough fuel for that one extra lap as well. Typical. GG. Yes, it would have, Rob. It would have. I had one more lap. There we go. One lap ahead of second and third place. Definitely take it. So, Mike, Hansa, 79 laps to beat. You know what it is? It's more so relax my leg, like the accelerating, like especially in knee, because your accelerating leg doesn't move for the entirety of the race. So it's actually underneath my knee right now on my right leg where my acceleration pedal is. That is killing. Luckily I can hippie because I've actually got a nice comfy seat, to be honest, so it's actually alright. It's a little sweaty, but it's not numb. There we go. I think I might have been able to get that clean race as well, though, you know. I got two mileage points. 2 mileage points. Get in. 232.6 miles in one race. There we go. Right, and on that note, that is my stint done. But we have our good friend Mike in the car, ready for the second stint. I've maxed out on mileage points, so that was the only reason why, Hippie. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've got the max amount of points. Emmerich celebrating his second place, well deserved as well. Actually, let's have a quick view of the race results while we're here. So, while hang on, I'll set this up now so I remember. Ooh. Good job to Emmerichs and Lewis AGL for taking home the other podium positions. Ivor in 4th place, holding off Millsy in the end, and Haver, Zauber and Khan bringing up the last positions. And I actually managed to take fastest lap there as well, so that's all good. Apologies if you can hear a jet fighter, that's just my PlayStation as I plug in my keyboard. There we go. Right, let's party. Right. So let's have a look at the guys who are participating. Yeah, it's been like that for a while. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure the inside of my PS4 looks like a fucking minefield, to be honest, but we'll be fine. Hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer until I get a PS5, so it's lasted this long, so it can last another few months. And then I will be silent as a lamb. So, in this stint, we have Quibus taking over from Lewis in the red and black Aston. This time around we have... Ooh, hang on. I swear I set that. It's on. Oh, it's switch keyboard, idiot. There we go. That's what I wanted. We have Tim, aka Rocketman, driving for us in the ever so lovely Genesis. Great living on with him as well. Jono will be taking over from Ivor in the bright purple Mercedes. We have, I believe that's Yarnell. I'm going to pronounce Yarnell in the Porsche this time around. So we have Bastian Canal, I think that's the name, for the Audi, and I didn't get to check the rest. Oh, that's a good question actually. How long have I had this thing? I got a PS4 a year after it came out, I think. I got a PlayStation 4 a year after it came out. Which, to be honest, it's pretty similar to what I'm actually going to be doing with this. I'm going to think I might get... Depending on what games are announced, for the PS5 at the end of this year, that'll dictate whether I actually get it or not. So say if a few games are announced for the end of this year that I'm interested in, then I'll be picking up a PS5. If not, not going to be too fussed about it. Quibus there in the Aston. So let's have a quick... We have Ghost fired up in the BMW. We have Shimmery Fire in another Porsche. And we have actual Virgin F1 taking over from the second place of last race from the Finnish driver. And we have Disco Mark racing for Team Hex. I did, Timmy, I did. I actually ended up winning by over a lap in the end. And there's Jono in the pits there as well. Who should we leave it on for the meantime? Let's leave it on Ghost fired up. Good choices, Kieran. From the sounds of it, Dirt was mixed receptions. Do you mean Dirt Rally or Dirt 5? Because Dirt Rally you should 100% get, especially if you have like a wheel or anything like that. I think Dirt Rally 2 is like a great game. Dirt 5 is probably mixed. It's still a fun game, but it's just a lot more arcadey and leaning towards like the festival kind of thing rather than rallying like the Dirt Rally games are. It's still probably worth a pickup though, depending on what you're interested in. What I'll be doing for this this bit is I'll be viewing like the first half hour. I'm gonna have a quick break, get some food, come back up and just spectate from there. Showdown is an amazing dirt game. Love that game. Played the shit out of that one on PS3. Because that one was completely different, Dirt Showdown. For me, that was completely different and I loved it. Let's go run down through the field again. We have BMW in second place. Aston just having a little trouble with the chicane there. Very wavy looking Porsche. Very clean. Actually quite like it. I can imagine that being on an actual racing car livery, to be honest. For how simple it is. It's quite nice. We have the Petronas BMW. As the race starts, good luck to everybody involved. Genesis starting in first position, BMW behind with the Aston in third place. Good luck Mike and everybody else involved. A quick run into the first corner as we get underway. Quibus gets a good start in the Aston Martin, catching up to Actual Virgin. in the BMW, and both of them managing to catch Rocket Man in front. Nose to tail coming through the chicane for the first time, Jono and Disco Mark. The two Mercedes battling it out there coming through the chicane, with the Porsche right behind them as well. No, he's not, I believe. He was the one that was challenging you, I believe, in your second stint last time, was it not, Crazy? Good battle for third place here, developing. You've got Actual Virgin F1 being challenged by Quibus here in the Aston. Just to come around to the back straight here. The Lambo didn't make it in time, actually. It's a bit of a shame. The race started without them teammates actually coming in. It's quite a shame. Apparently the teammate couldn't see the room ID, so they started it anyway. It's a bit of a shame. I believe that is his teammate that was racing in the first one. Big battle for second place here. Quibus and Actual Virgin going at it. Actual Virgin going around the outside, having the traction on the Aston, but the straight line power of the Aston will probably have the run to the hairpin. Will be better on the brakes here. Quibus turning it in nice and early, but goes a bit wide. Actual Virgin and Jono comes into the mix now. Quibus just manages to stay ahead in that big Aston there. Very big battle for second place as 4 people now in the mix here. Quibus just managing to find a little bit of time there to Actual Virgin behind, but he won't have the slipstream down the straights despite being in the mighty Aston. Jono looks to be, looks like he's had a bit of a moment there on the outside. Unfortunately the Porsche gets tangled up in that, and Disco Mark goes through into 4th place and hopefully can hunt down the second and the third here. Come into the last couple corners here. The double left-hander can always be tricky. Quibus just managing to eke out a bit more of a gap here, but the BMW still has the slipstream of the Aston, so anything is still to play for here. Quibus getting a bit wrong through the chicane there, but manages to tidy it up on the exit. As Actual Virgin gains a bit of time back on Quibus down this back straight. Yep. Great name, it's a great name. Well, to be honest, because I can't just call them Virgin, can I? That's a bit rude. Looks like Disco Mark almost had a bit of a moment there in the background, managing to keep it together though. So we have a battle for 5th place, the Porsche of Jarnel and the bright purple Mercedes of Jono. Going nose to tail through the triple right-hander. Jarnel goes a bit wide, Jono has the inside line coming out. Which car will have the better speed? Jarnel will have the inside line coming up to the double left-hander here again. Jarnel keeps the inside line, but will Jono have the run out of the corner? Tries to look for the cutback and it looks to go on the inside there. Good stuff from Jono. So we have a battle for the lead developing here now as well. Quibus managing to catch up to the back of Rocket Man. Rocket Man defending well. Quibus really trying to make every inch of the track count, but doesn't get as good a run. Ooh, Quibus tries to make a move down the inside but doesn't quite have the brakes. He's too far back, and that does leave him open to actual behind him. Looks like Jono manages to get past the Porsche there. Let's see if we can see what happened there on the replay cam. No, looks like Jono managed to pass before the chicane there, keeping the inside line off of the main straight, and still maintains the 5th place, and hopefully he can hunt down the rest of the pack now. So we have Quibus now, still on the back of Rocket Man, coming down the back straight before the double left-hander. Hard on the brakes now. Rocket Man goes a bit wide into that, but has a great run out of that onto the pit straight, and will hopefully negate some of the brute power of that Aston. But look at the Aston now, it's coming down the straight. You can see, let's have a quick look at how much he's gaining coming into the first corner now. Ooh, bit of contact there between the two, and Quibus moves by there. Bit of contact between the two, and he does just manage to keep the move there, but realistically I think he should be giving that back, considering that... Oh, but no, Rocket Man, oh, really unfortunate there. Rocket Man just gets a bit too much on the chicane there, really unfortunate. Let's have a quick look back what happened there. So you can see, coming into the first chicane, hits the first one well, but the sausage curb just spits him out. Really unfortunate there for Rocket Man, and unfortunately finds himself in 4th place back on the leaders. But this is a big race. This is a big race, a very long race, so there's much time to be gained everywhere. It's unfortunate for Rocket Man, but he is definitely not out of it yet. Hopefully he can make the strategy work for him a bit more and come out on top later in the race. Now let's have a quick look back to the leaders. Quibus managing to pull a 1.3 second gap to actual behind him. Disco Mark just dropping off the back of them a little bit as well. 1.5 second gap to the top two, but goes a bit wide coming onto the pit straight there, allowing Rocket Man to catch back up. There's a battle for 5th place going on again as Jono and Yarnell are battling here. Let's have a quick look to see if we can see the overtake. Jono goes to the inside. Ooh, looks like the Porsche gets a bit squirrely on the entrance there, and Jono manages to come back on through there. Let's have a quick look into the first corner. Jono manages to keep the inside line and fend off that Porsche coming into the first corner, but looks like Yarnell is ready for a fight behind him. Looks like Jono just gets a bit squirrely on the entrance into the chicane there. Just loses a bit of time, but the Porsche loses time coming out of the chicane, which actually allows Ghost fired up in the BMW behind them to catch up even more and join the battle for 5th place. All the field fairly tight together at this moment, with the top 4 only separated by 5.5 seconds there between the guys, with the other 3 guys not too far behind. So we see a potential move there from Ghost fired up on the Porsche. Not managing to quite keep the grip through the triple right-hander there. The BMW really putting the pressure on the Porsche as Jono now manages to get a bit more of a gap in front. The top 4 really seem to have spaced out a bit now, as Jono goes a bit wide onto the pit straight that allows both the Porsche and the BMW to catch back up now. Yarnell has the speed and the advantage coming into the first corner, but not quite close enough to put a move on Jono just yet. But look at the grip of that Porsche coming around the first corner, just managing to hang it in there. Yarnell all over the back of the purple Mercedes now. Can he get a good run out of the chicanes? Looks like he does. Will he have the run coming into the hairpin? Pulls to the inside, late on the brakes. Let's have a look to see if Jono, he defends well, good defensive manoeuvre, by Jarno there to keep his 5th place, moves up in the 5th position. Great pass by Jarno there, good defensive manoeuvre there, just big parking it on the apex of the hairpin, allowing him to keep his position, but Jarno was not willing to give up the fight here, as he wants to fight right back. Great racing between both of these guys here. Really nose to tail here coming through the triple right-hander. Jono has the inside line, just managing to squeeze up the inside of the Porsche. But the Porsche will have the slipstream yet again on the pit straight here. And again the BMW just behind, also just managing to keep his distance, will have the slipstream as well. As Jono there just goes a bit sideways coming into the double left-hander there. As it looks like Rocket Man has managed to catch back up to Disco Mark. Let's keep our eyes on this battle right here. Disco Mark not managing to keep very consistent in the Mercedes in this early part of the race, as Rocket Man just closes in on him, and the gap to first place not opening up too much. Rocket Man just managing to keep his position there, makes a dive to the inside. Will Disco Mark have the traction out of the hairpin for the cutback? He will have the inside line, but Rocket Man very good on the brakes there, using the Hyundai to its best of its ability there, using the massive brakes of the Genesis, managing to get it slowed much quicker than the Mercedes there and moving up the inside. But the Mercedes will have the slipstream coming onto these two long straights here. Quibus just managing to pull out over a 2-second lead to actual behind him. As Disco Mark manages to just keep ahead there. So a quick replay of that as he goes defensive coming into the back pit straight now. Rocket Man just a bit defensive there. Looks like he actually gets a bit put wide by Disco Mark there. Hopefully you won't see a repeat of that into the first corner. Let's have a quick look. Rocket Man on the inside of Disco Mark, just managing to keep his position there. Very aggressive battling by the two of these. Hopefully it doesn't end in time loss for them, but you can see how much time they have both lost to the top two there, as now there is a 7-second gap between 3rd and 1st place now. Really losing a lot of time as Disco Mark dives up the inside again onto the hairpin, keeps it defensive, gets very loose on exit there. Rocket Man has the traction coming out of the hairpin again, trying to make the same move again on the outside, but uses the better brakes of the Genesis. To the inside there, Disco Mark still trying to look for a move, but nowhere to be found this time. Let's see if Rocket Man can keep it clean through the triple right-hander. He does, using the great handling of the Genesis to his benefit there, as they are now 8 seconds behind. How is it illegal? As both of them just go a bit wide on the exit to the pit straight there. Disco Mark sends one up the inside there. Oh, is it? Is it, oh, fair enough. No, I didn't, to be honest. No, I didn't. To be honest, I haven't actually been interested in the FIA at all this season. Before it actually started, I was like, right, I'm going to give this a good go again. But I was honestly, and then when the time actually came, I was just a bit like, ugh, you know what, I really can't be bothered. I wanted to try and get my S rating back, but I was just a bit, I just didn't really want to, if I'm perfectly honest. Didn't really want to, Rob. I'll see if I can give it a try, but I'm honestly not holding out hope for me actually doing it, to be honest. I don't see myself doing it. And Catalonia as well, it's probably one of the worst tracks. Ooh, but it looks like Disco Mark actually goes a bit wide there. Will have the extra traction coming onto the pit straight now. He will have the inside line into the first corner. Manages to send it on the inside, but also goes wide to the first corner there. Will he manage to keep it together? Just manages to keep it under wraps there, but does pick up a half-second penalty. Unfortunate, but in this league you do not have to serve penalties anywhere in particular. You can just serve it as and when you want. Say Disco Mark just choosing to serve it on the entrance to the hairpin there. Oh, can you not? Oh, that's a bit garbage. I didn't even realise that, to be fair. Oh, well I guess that's why I didn't get an S rating at the end of the last, the Invitational Manus then, because I finished top 10 for Nissan. But I didn't get the invite for the S rating. Oh, it's a bit crap. That was like a unique thing that you could get if you finished like top 10 in Manus and stuff. But, oh well then I'm definitely not doing it anymore because there's no reason to. Oh, bit of contact there. Disco Mark just trying to find as much room on the track as possible, just trying to shove. Almost looks like shove Rocket Man out of the way there, but goes wide yet again on the double left hander. Will get the run out of the corner. Just a little bit of contact between the two there. Not what you want to see. 2.5 seconds now separates Actual and Quibbles there. Actual managing to shave a bit of time off from the Aston front. Maybe the Aston's tyres are starting to die away. Let's have a quick look at tyres and fuel at this moment in time. The Aston's tyres are pretty much identical to the BMW behind him, but Actual has saved a little more fuel at this stage. But they are starting to get into the threshold of not needing to actually put in fuel for this first part, as Rocket Man now moves back ahead of Disco Mark. Let's have a quick look to see if we can see what happened there. Rocket Man moves to the inside there, just managing to keep the inside line here. Oh, as he flies up in the air on our screen there. Manages to put a good defensive manoeuvre on the inside there, managing to keep his position out of the corner there. Let's have a quick look to see if he's managed to keep it through there. Yes, he has. He's managed to open up a slight gap. To Disco Mark now. Disco Mark is still in the slipstream, but again goes wide of the double left-hander, and that looks to have broken his slipstream. Hopefully Rocket Man can now dig in and start to extend that gap. So a quick check further back as Jono has now managed to lose Goes Fired Up with a 4 and an almost 5-second gap to the person behind him. Goes Fired Up managing to gain quite a bit of time there on the exit of the chicane. Under 4 seconds now separates Jono and Goes Fired Up, who are having a great battle earlier in this race, and it looks like the Porsche has managed to fall off the pace quite considerably. He must have made a mistake at some point, as the Porsche is now falling right off the back of these two, and unfortunately needs to put in a lot of work if he's wanting to catch up to the rest of the field now. And as we start to settle down in this race, I am going to take my leave. I'm going to just put it on the nice cinematic mode, and who are we going to view? actually looks like Jono's now managing to catch up to Disco Mark slightly. Let's leave it. Yeah, let's leave it on Ghost Fired Up for a minute. I shall be back in a second. I'll just leave you with these lovely cinematics. I'm just going to get a bite to eat because I haven't had anything to eat today at all, which is nice. But then again, I did overdo it yesterday because I did have a great stonking Chinese yesterday, which pretty much would be enough to feed a regular person for 3 days, so, you know. But anyway, I shall be back in a second. I will leave you in the capable hands of the BMW driver, and I'll be back in a second. Oh, right. Feel a bit more refreshed now after I've had something to eat. How's everybody doing? I have had a look at the pits while I've been eating. Saw that, I believe it was actual. Yep, in the BMW actually pitted and stopped for full fuel, so he probably won't need to fuel for the rest of this race. Hopefully the extra fuel doesn't impact his time too much though. We have Ghost fired up, who's only a second back from Jono now, after making their round of pit stops. Oh, Disco Marks actually went a bit wide there. Again, he's not liking that double left-hander, but he hasn't pitted yet. But he has lost a lot of time to everybody else around him. He came out ahead of Rocketman, but Rocketman is now 8.6 seconds ahead of Disco Mark here. We'll have to see how badly the tyres are when he actually does come in the pit. I imagine he's probably going for the one-stop. Unfortunately, the grip of the tyres just does not look like it's coping at the moment, and he is losing time quite considerably to everybody around him. We'll have a look at Quibus up in front. Good stuff from him. He's still on super soft tyres. He's managing them extremely well. He does go a bit wide. He's still 37.5 seconds ahead. He does seem to have used a lot more fuel than the other guys around him though. You see that Jono is actually getting close to Disco Mark now, as you can see. You can see just the extra grip of them fresher tyres really coming in handy for Jono now. You see Jono's on the inside of Disco Mark there, takes the inside line, squeezes up the inside line. The added grip of the tyres really coming in handy there, and Jono moves on through. Easy as you like overtake from a car that has much better grip in the tyres at the moment. Ghost fired up actually has dropped back quite a bit though. He is actually losing time to both Jono and actually to Actual behind him, I should say. But you have to remember, Actual in 6th place has already pit for his fuel, so he will not need to refuel for the entirety of this race. He might need a splash and dash at some point, but looks like he's taking all this fuel now and getting it over with. Timmy with the strats. Strats from the past, I guess, if that makes any sense. Disco Mark just making a little bit of a mistake again. Them soft tyres really worn now. It looks to me like the two-stop strategy really was the stop to go for, as he's losing considerable time. Even more so to the guys around him. Jono has managed to open up a 3-second gap to both Disco Mark and Ghost Fired Up. Ghost Fired Up hasn't managed to make as much use of the brand new set of super softs that he's put on the tyres, despite having lower fuel.
and he is getting a bit held up now by Disco Mark, and Actual is really getting very close now. As he moves to the inside, fires up, goes around the inside of Disco Mark, manages to make it stick with the extra grip from them tyres. Actual looks to be doing the same. Ooh, Disco Mark just goes a little touch wide, going through the triple right-hander, and both the BMWs fly on through, and Actual has a much better advantage compared to Ghost, as he's now in a slipstream as well, so it's going to be a very tight battle between the two BMWs now. Interesting to see which one will come out on top, as Jono ahead of them. 4 seconds up the road from these two. Previously was in a battle with these guys, but hasn't managed to use this fresher set of tyres to his advantage and managed to pull out a gap to the rest of the guys. Is losing a little bit of time to Rocket Man. He is almost 11 seconds behind. Ooh, saying that, great save there from Jono there, just coming out of the chicane. Let's have a quick look back at that and see what happened there. Did he just get a bit on the sausage curb? Yes, low gear on the sausage curb there, but very good save from Jono. And he still managed to keep hold of that third place for now, but that has worn down a bit of his advantage he did have over the rest of the guys there, as both Actual and Ghost managed to catch up 2 seconds there, and Rocketman also managing to gain an extra 2 seconds as well. So we are starting to come up to the halfway mark here. Rocketman just going a little bit wide there on the exit of the last corner, but you can see the spacing out of the field. There's a big group of them in the last sector of the course here. So you can see the Porsche just up the road from Jono, getting past these back markers here. Actual again, just managing to gain a little bit more time on Jono in front of him now. The extra fuel that Actual is carrying right now isn't impairing him too much. And not only is he gaining on Ghost behind him, but he's actually gaining up to Jono. I'm not quite sure, if I'm honest, Timmy, because apparently the last livery we used as well was also illegal. So then Rocketman went away for this one and presumably done it to what they asked, but for some reason it's still illegal, but I'm not sure why. I'll have to have a quick check in the rules to see why it is illegal. But yeah, honestly not too sure, buddy. Ooh's Actual just gets very narrow there on the entrance to the triple right-hander and picks himself up a penalty. Jono also looks to be having a couple of issues here, as he is losing a little bit of time to the two guys behind him. You know what, while we're doing this, I'll see if I can find out in their rules and info why the livery is illegal. I can have a quick check of the rules. can see Jono now being put under pressure by Actual. The Mercedes has a little bit more of a grunt in the straight line. Jono goes a little bit deep into the double left-hander, but the added traction just manages to pull him through. Any mistake these two make, Ghost fired up will also be wanting to challenge for it. Let's have a quick look. See how close it is between these two. Ooh, very good. Ooh, bit of an unorthodox move there by Actual. Doesn't manage to keep it though. That was a very good attempt though. Passing around the outside to then get the inside line into the chicane there. Having a dive up the inside there, trying to avoid contact as much as possible, but look at how slow both of them are going around there. Jono just managing to get the traction down yet again. Ghost just again right behind these two now. So this will be a monumental battle for third place, and this will be out on track as well. Of course, Actual does have the advantage, again having the extra fuel, so won't need to pit again, but this is for track position. As you can see, Actual just managing to have a bit better grip there on the inside and managing to get past Jono there. Will Ghost be able to attack back because of this? You can see now Jono just eyeing up the move. Actual just getting a bit earlier on the brakes there, but he does go a bit wide out of the final corner. You can see Ghost in the background there as well. Both of the guys behind them will have the slipstream. Actual goes defensive. Is it going to be a great battle coming into the first corner here? Jono on the inside of Actual. Ghost looking to pick up the scraps. Look at Ghost going into the inside of Actual there, managing to pass the other BMW on the field. All of them getting their tails out in the chicane. Jono just managing to keep ahead by a half second now. Will he be able to draw out the gap yet again? While the other BMWs are fighting, Ghost just goes a bit deep into the hairpin there, but not quite enough, so Actual can respond to that. Great battling by all these guys though. This is great news for Rocket Man. So you can see them both just going at it once again. Rocket Man now 16 seconds ahead in second place. And Quibus is also yet to pit on them super soft tyres. Really going the distance in this one. Good stuff from him. And look at that tyre wear. Very good tyre wear from Quibus now. Really making them super softs last. But you can see the time difference between some of these guys here. You can see that he's not actually gaining any time anymore to the rest of the guys around him by doing this one-stop strategy. We'll have to see how it fares later on in the race, as there's still a massive battle for third place there. Ghost managing to jump Jono out of the chicane. Who will be better on the brakes? Actual's going up the inside of the other Mercedes as Quibus now pulls into the pits. Actual managing to keep fourth place, but Jono just has a little bit more of a run. Not quite managing to make it. And now Ghost is managing just to squeeze out a little bit more of a gap to these two behind him. But Actual has a very nice run out of the triple right-hander and doesn't lose too much time to the guys around him, although Ghost had an even better one, and he's looking to try and break the slipstream now. As Jono looks for a move up the inside of the double right-hander, he will have the traction heading onto the pit straight. Actual just managing to keep it round the outside, getting the better traction of the two drivers. But Jono's not wanting to give up at all. Let's have a quick look on board once again. Jono just going a little bit wide. Ooh, just getting too much on the curb there for Jono and loses out big time. But Actual also loses out a bit of time as well by opting to not play it safe. They are being very aggressive here, just trying to gain as much time as possible, but all of these guys are separated by a second now. So see a Porsche going off in the background there. I believe, who was that? That was a Shimmery Fire there, just getting all sorts wrong in coming into the hairpin, and unfortunately not managing to stick the landing on that one. Meanwhile, back in this battle, Jono managing to close the gap to half a second to Actual in front of him. Ghost slowly just trying to extend that lead to these guys, not wanting to get back into the battle again. But you can see how much better of a line Actual has round that. Ooh, bit of lags there from all the drivers. Coming around the final couple corners now. Good run out of the double left-hander there from Actual, just managing to have enough of legs over Jono, but also gaining on Ghost in front of him. He is reeling him back in for a third place. Jono now eyeing up another move on the BMW. Let's have a quick look. Is he going to make a move up the inside on the hairpin? Does Actual manage to get the cut back? The side by side coming into the end of the second sector. Will he be able to hang on? Actual just manages to keep the inside line and continues his run in fourth place now. Great battling and great defending also from Actual to maintain his fourth place there ahead of Jono. But again, these two are losing time to Ghost in front. Every time that they do battle, they are losing that little bit of time that they are going to lose to third place. Not quite sure why Actual was given a warning there. I'll have to back check that to see why he had a dangerous driving warning there. As both of these guys managed to close the gap ever slightly to Ghost in front of him. Ghost not having a good run out of the chicane there and losing time to both Actual and Jono behind him. It seems like Actual and Jono are managing to have much better luck, and the cutback move executed perfectly by Actual there. Jono just getting a bit too hot into the braking zone on the hairpin. Actual staying firm and managing to get the cutback move executed perfectly by Actual there, and as a result manages to gain quite a lot of time back up to Ghost in front of him now. Just getting a little bit sideways there on the exit to the pit straight. Jono managing to get a good run, but is too far behind to get the slipstream advantage on the two BMWs in front. These three now quite evenly spaced out among them. with Actual looking to be the faster of the three drivers out on track at the moment. They are now 27 seconds behind the leader, so Quibus looks to is not going to pit. For the rest of this race he is fueled and tired to the max, so it doesn't look like he's going to be stopping for the rest of this race. Let's have a quick on board with him. As the German driver of Basti Bastian comes into the pits. So a quick on board with Quibus here as he takes us round Gardens, opting to use a little more of the curbs than some of the other drivers around him, using the raw power of that Aston to his advantage now. Hard on the brakes into the hairpin, a little bit deep into the hairpin there, but manages to clean it up nicely. Quibus doing an excellent job of just maintaining his pace and really solidifying his lead at the moment. Again, he will not need to pit, and he is currently 8, almost 9 seconds ahead of Rocket Man behind him. Doing an excellent job yet again in this race of maintaining his lead to the rest of the racers here. So a quick look back further down the field, as it looks like Jono is actually dropped a bit back off the pace, and Actual now has managed to pass Ghost. Just missed that. Let's have a quick look to see if anything that happened. No, he looked like he must have been passed on the back straight coming out of there, and Actual taking back his third position there, and if he can potentially break this slipstream, he'll be a very hard man to catch now, as he's actually using the slipstream of the back marker in front to his advantage. It doesn't look like the Ghost car is offering much in the terms of extra boost there down the pit straight. Ooh, the Audi gets a bit sideways there. Excellent line from Actual there, managing to gain even more time on Ghost and Jono behind him. Again, these guys looking to separate themselves a bit from each other, about a second separating each of the drivers here, although Ghost gets it a bit wrong on the exit of that hairpin, and so does Actual, really. Dropping the time now to half a second between the two BMW drivers, and under a second to the big purple Mercedes behind as well. This battle is clearly not over yet. But do keep remembering, Actual has the advantage here of not needing to pit for any more fuel, or needing to pit for less fuel than the guys around him, although saying that Jono has actually been fuel saving a bit here and has managed to save quite a bit more fuel than both Actual and Ghost, pretty much separating the two in terms of fuel left in the vehicle, coming up to the 25% mark in his fuel gauge. Ghost in the slipstream of the other BMW here, using that to pull him along the pit straight and just extend the gap a little bit more to Jono behind him. And again, the second is separating the two of them. Looks like we have a yellow flag in front as well. Let's have a quick look to see who that is in the field. Looks like it was Shimmery again in the Porsche, not managing to come to get the grips with the Porsche there, and looks like he suffered some damage on the left rear tyre as well as his back bumper there. Luckily the damage is on light, so he does heal up quite nicely there. As you can see, Ghost managing to lower the gap. Maybe Actual made a mistake there. Oh, Actual's paused. Actual's paused. Ghost goes right through. What's happened to Actual? Actual concedes his position to type a message. That puts him right back in the mix for Jono now. Ghost retains his third place now that he had previously, and now Jono is right on the back of Actual. Let's see if he can maintain this now. Ooh, but both of them going off there. Both Ghost and Jono going off the track there. Let's have a quick replay of that from Ghost's perspective. Let's have a quick look at what happened there. Gets a little bit on the grass going wide, but yeah, unfortunately just doesn't get on the brakes soon enough. And then Jono does exactly the same, but just manages to squeeze through there. Very unlucky for the two of them, but look at this. Ghost actually manages to maintain the gap, possibly the dirty tyres from Jono, and manages to squeeze it up the inside of the purple Mercedes there. But you can see Jono now just on the inside. Let's have a quick look at this. Ooh, just don't know if that was a little bit of contact there between the two, but both of them go wide at the first corner. Not quite managing to have the same run, but Jono again just has a little bit more run out of the chicanes and is starting to gain back up to Ghost there. And who's that there? There's only one person I know who uses the GRT Esports account. Who might that be? Ah, it was Gad. Okay. Gad was on the wrong YouTube page there. Buenos dias, Gad. Hope you were having a lovely Saturday. Right, now we are actually currently watching some very nice racing between these guys here that are in this. Ooh, looks like Ghost actually manages to just get a little bit squirrely on the exit of the final corner there. This allows Jono to catch right back up. Let's have a quick view. Coming into the first corner again, they both just go a little bit wide. And despite the message from earlier on, Actual looks to have extended his gap to the guys behind him now, almost 2.5 seconds. This is the battle to be watching right now, as you can see. Ooh, Jono four-wheel drift through the hairpin there. Always fun. I mean, to be honest, he does write some good stuff. Timmy does write some good stuff, I will say that. I've got his entire racing collection on my bookcase back there, just behind me. volume 1s through 10. Good exit from Ghost there. The final 2 corners, but you can see we are now going to be coming up to the second pit stop for the 2 stop drivers here. So you can see we're coming up to the 40-minute mark, and Ghost is starting to run low on fuel, so whether he pits in next lap or this lap will shake up the entire field here, as Jono gets a nice run out of the chicanes there. But crucially, Ghost and Jono managing to catch up a little bit more to Actual here, who hasn't managed to maintain his gap, but saying that this might help him as Jono sends one up the inside of Ghost. Let's have a quick replay of that. So you can see Jono just getting really much the overspeed on this. And he's very far back here. Just managing to get far later on the brakes. Does manage to make the corner. And manages to pass Jono there. Good stuff there from Jono. And crucially, he's managed to pass him before the pit stops happen. Just gaining a little bit more time down the pit straight now, but Ghost in the slipstream of Jono, just keeping him well under pressure. See who has the better exit out of the chicane. Ooh, very big jump there from Ghost. Will he get a penalty for that? He does gain a penalty for that, just going a little bit too narrow there out of the chicane, and awards himself a half-second penalty. But it shouldn't matter too much, because you can burn the penalties anywhere you want in this league, so that won't make too much of a difference. Ooh, looks like Ghost goes a bit wide there. Oh, and he's off. Just hitting the sand on the exit just at the end of Sector 2 there. Disaster for Ghost. Just before he needed to pit there, as Rocket Man also comes into the pits. Disaster there. Let's see if we can have a quick replay. No, just missed it there. Coming to the end. Disaster for Ghost there, just before he was going to be pitting there. Very unfortunate. So you can see Actual now managing to move ahead, taking preliminary second place, but crucially, will he need to pit again? Will he opt to go onto the fresh set of soft tyres, or will he stick it out to the end? Rocket Man behind him, you can see how much time Rocket Man has gained without the excess fuel and without the battling that Actual has been in this race. So Actual really has it all to lose now, because he either has to pit in for another set of the Super Softs or try and squeeze it out to the end of this race, but them Super Softs are going to be very, very worn at the end of this stint. Rocket Man making his final stop of the race now, and is now on a fresh set of the Super Softs to hunt down the rest of the field and hopefully stay ahead of the pack. You can see how much time Jono is now lost out to Rocket Man, as well as he's also been into the pits on a fresh set of the Super Soft tyres, but crucially he is 21.5 seconds behind Rocket Man ahead of him. These two were pretty level out of the first pit stop, but looks like Rocket Man has just got the jump on the rest of these guys and now has a very solid advantage. Rocket Man just getting used to the fresh set of the super softs now. He hasn't managed to close the distance too much to Actual yet, but I think the slipstream from that back marker will have had an effect there. Let's keep an eye on Actual for the meantime. But it looks like he might actually be staying out. Ooh, big moment there for Actual, just getting it wrong on the braking zone there into the triple right-hander. Will he manage to keep it clean out of the rest of the corner? Yes, he does manage just to gain a little bit more time. Let's have a quick look at what Rocket Man does on this first lap on the brand new set of tyres. Lovely exit from Rocket Man there, getting all that traction down on their new set of tyres, and look at the amount of speed he's gained on that fresher set of tyres. 131.3 for Rocket Man compared to 132.9 of Actual. Rocket has gained a considerable amount of time over Actual here. And you can see the difference between a worn and fresh set of super softs now. See Actual just going defensive into the hairpin there, getting very defensive, but let's have a look if Rocket Man can get the cut back now. Ooh, looks like Actual just gets a bit tail happy there. Rocket Man throwing the out inside, but ooh, look at that, a bit of contact there. Actual just getting a bit too hot on the brakes there, and contact through that part of the second sector there. Really doesn't want Rocket Man to get ahead here. But a little more contact than was probably necessary there, but Rocket Man will come back as Actual just uses all of the track there, just hemorrhaging a little bit of time, but crucially not losing the slipstream yet. And he goes wide out of the double left hand onto the back straight, and again just losing the back end, going very defensive early in this part of the race. Rocket Man, which way does he want to go? He goes to the outside. Actual still defending hard against the Genesis now. Really revving that BMW to the absolute limit here. Does not want to give up this second place lightly. Rocket Man just hop, skip and a jump over that sausage curve there. Doesn't quite have the run he wants. Just gets it a bit wide on the entrance into the hairpin. Rocket Man not wanting to make any contact there, but ooh, contact again there, just coming out the super soft tyres on Actual's BMW. Really not wanting to give him any grip as he goes wide. Still on the inside, contact again coming into the same corner, but Rocket Man is ahead this time. Actual nose to tail, just a little bit of a bump on the Genesis there, a little bit again more contact from these two, and he will have the slipstream coming down this back straight. Again, more contact from Actual there, just really not giving Rocket Man any chance here, just more contact yet again, but Rocket Man gets the jump out of the last corner there. Let's have a quick look, see if he makes a dive into T1. No, he doesn't. Oh, he goes a bit wide there. Rocket Man with a tighter line there. He's not managing to make heads or tails there at all. Both fairly similar pace coming around the chicane there. A Very nice line from Rocket Man, though, and he gets a perfect run out of the chicane. Not managing to break the slipstream just yet, but the worn tyres on that BMW are not doing any good for the BMWs. He goes deep into the hairpin. Look at the lack of grip on them rear tyres now for the BMW compared to the Genesis. Only goes very narrow there into the second sector, picks up a half-second penalty because of it, but doesn't lose any time to Rocket Man in front. And he does actually have a little bit better run through the triple right-hander there, but again just losing a bit of time on the exit of the corner. Mike really not wanting to cave to this pressure, but Actual goes wide through the double left-hander, but has a better run out onto the pit straight now. He does have a bit of slipstream, so he does manage to gain a bit more time back on Rocket Man. Going through the first corner now. Rocket Man almost just going a bit wide, losing time to Actual behind him. Maybe just feeling a little bit of pressure here, but defending well. And again just has a much better clean run. Oh, and there goes Actual. Disaster for Actual there. He has a bit of damage on his rear side. Let's just have a quick replay of that. You can see how much pressure Actual wants to put on Rocket Man here. Goes a bit too deep into the first chicane, goes right over the sausage, and the grass sends him right around. Very unfortunate there for Actual, dropping back 6 seconds to second place. Just defended a little too hard there than he would have liked, and unfortunately now moves back into third place. Maybe regretting not putting on a new set of super softs. He will be going for an hour and 20 minutes on this set of super softs, so you will really have to put out all the stops not to lose any other time to the guys behind him, because you can see Jono and Ghost behind him actually managing to gain a bit of time on Actual as well. As you can see, Jono now moving up to 15.5 second gap, so who knows, it might be a battle for third place. The last spot on the podium might be up for grabs here. We'll have to wait and see as we come up to exactly the half-hour mark as Jono comes across the line. Exactly half an hour left in this race. Doesn't look like anybody else needs to pit at this stage. Let's have a quick look through the field. Quibus with a 36.5 second lead over Rocket Man. Again, just getting some really consistent times here. We'll have to see how many laps he does complete by the end of this race and see where the rest of his team fares with that. Rocket Man in second place, just managing to hold off the assault of Actual and the rest of the guys around him now. All he has to do is keep it clean and consistent, as he does not need to pit again. Actual on his worn set of super softs gone for a very, very long time now. He actually will have gone for over 40 minutes on this stint, probably 50 minutes on this stint on these set of super soft tyres, but he has over half an hour to go. Question is, will he feel the need to pit for a new set of super softs to keep him ahead of Jono, who's in fourth place, and again gaining more time? The gap now down to 14 seconds between the two. It might be worth Actual pitting now for a new set of super softs to avoid the time coming down any further, but we'll have to wait and see. Ghost unfortunately just dropping a little bit off the pace after his mistake, trying to battle Jono. 8.5 seconds behind him, and he has not managed to quite recover since, but he is also going to the end of this race. Disco Mark in 6th place. Unfortunately the strategy not working out for him today. Opted for the one-stop strategy, going for the racing softs. Unfortunately he has lost too much time to the rest of the guys around him, and just going a bit wide into the triple right-hander yet again. Unfortunately just losing again more time than the rest of the guys around him. We have the Porsche just coming out the chicane there as well, unfortunately not having the best result here today in the Porsche, as well as we have the Audi of Bastian for the German team. We have a shimmery fire in the Porsche as well. Looked like I believe that was Disco Mark going slow there, coming out of the final corner. Don't know if that was a mistake from him on them soft tyres. The racing soft tyres not looking to be a good race tyre at this moment, and just passing the back marker yet again of Bastian. So a quick look further up the field. Ghost not managing to gain any more time on Jono in front of him, but look at how much Jono has gained on actual, down to under 11 seconds and decreasing rapidly now. Actual may be regretting not putting on a fresh set of tyres here, as he is losing big time to Jono behind him. So who knows, the Purple Mercedes may claim the last step on the podium. As he manages to get a good run out of the chicane. Good stuff from Jono. Let's see if he can hunt down third place of Actual here. And the grip on that BMW is really failing now. You can see his lap times very inconsistent on these tyres at the moment. You can see a couple 32s, some 33s, as well as 34 on his last lap. The grip really not there at the moment. Hopefully he can keep it together for the latter half of this race. He will need to really be as clean and consistent as he can at this stage to try and maintain that last step of the podium. Rocketman in front now gaining a 14.5 second lead over the BMW. Really good job from Rocketman to further put more distance between him and the third place there, and he's also maintained the gap to this guy, Quibus, in first place, led from the very start of the race. Excellent stint by him once again. Still maintaining in the 30, high 30, low 31 mark in this race. Really good drive in that Aston here today. Nailing the last couple corners there this lap. What kind of lap time will he do on this lap? A high 30, great lap times from Quibus once again, and again gaining a little bit of time on Rocketman behind him that lap. Good stuff. And you can see Jono again really eating into Actual's time now, as it's falling again and again and again. 8.5 seconds separates third and fourth place. It looks to me like Jono will definitely be catching Actual before the end of this race with 24 minutes left. He will have plenty of time to try and catch him, but will he be able to pass him is the question. Very difficult to pass around Gardens, so it'll be interesting to see what can happen here, as we have a yellow flag in the first sector. Looks like the blue Porsche is around yet again. Unfortunate for them guys there. But again, look at the amount of time that Actual is losing to not only Rocketman but Jono behind him. Jono now 7.7 seconds behind Actual. As he actually loses a bit of time there through the chicane. As Actual not managing to keep it as clean as he would like at this point of the race, and the Super Softs really starting to fade for him now. Let's keep an eye out on Jono at the moment. loses a bit of time on the exit of the triple right-hander. But again, you can just see how much time he's eating up to actual behind him. He does go a bit wide into the double left-hander. Manages to clean it up very nicely and still gaining time. 6.5 seconds separates him and actual now. And crucially as well, look at Ghost behind him as well now. Managing to catch up as well. Going in the 1:31s. Very consistent driving from Ghost, and he's actually gained quite a lot of time on the both of them here. He was previously 10 seconds behind Jono, but now only 6.5 seconds separate him. Could we have an outside bet and Ghost for the last step on the podium now? Really good driving by him in this stint. And you can see he's pulling in Jono. Very interesting. And he's actually pulling up almost best sectors in this last stage of the race as well. Really good job from Ghost now. Let's see where he stands in all of this, and maybe he can claim the last step on the podium, as he is actually gaining still on Jono. But look at actual here. Under 5 seconds now, picking up another penalty. But under 5 seconds is the gap between him and Jono. You can see how much time he's lost in these last few laps here. You can see he's in the 33s, very inconsistent, unfortunately, for the British driver. I think the strategy really should have been to try and pit for another set of super soft tyres instead of opting to try and last out the rest of the race. He did have the fuel for it, but unfortunately the tyres just are not lasting at all. As you can see, Rocketman Quibus actually managing to pull out a little bit more of a gap to Rocketman, the gap opening up to just over 40 seconds now. Quibus once again showing us the clean and consistent driving, also in the 1:30s at this point of the race, so really good job from him yet again. But let us keep an eye on this battle here. So we have another yellow flag at the end of the second sector. Looks like somebody that is the blue Porsche yet again, really struggling on this track here. But the gap now under 4 seconds. Jono really gaining on actual now. As you can see him up ahead, let's have a quick view as the Porsche again, once again, spirals out of control, coming into the couple of last corners there. Jono really gaining on the BMW in front of him now. They come into the first corner, under 3 seconds separates third and fourth place. It will only be a matter of time before Jono gains and ultimately passes actual at this point, with well over 15 minutes as we go into just under the 19-minute mark of this race. There will be plenty of time for Jono to make a move on actual, as I believe he's also having to save a bit of fuel at this point in the race. He is over 25%. But should still be able to make the end of this race. He has under 20 minutes left. On a quarter tank, he should be able to make it. But depending on the fuel usage of that BMW, might just need to save a little bit more just to ensure he gets to the end of this race. Again, once again, just going a bit narrow on the entrance to the triple right-hander. Under 2.5 seconds now separates third and fourth place. see Ghost not quite managing to gain as much time as he did on previous laps. Jono just extending the gap a little bit to him, but you can see Jono just at the end of the straight going into the first corner now. And look at Actual. And let's have a look at Jono here, as he is now really gained and should almost be in the slipstream range of the BMW in front. Let's have a quick look on board. 1.3 seconds separates both third and fourth here. Ooh, Jono just goes a bit wide there into the hairpin, not managing to quite gain as much time as he wanted to, but Actual really looks like he's actually, is he saving fuel here? Or is he in a lower fuel mix, because he is not gaining any time at all out of these acceleration zones as he picks up another half-second penalty here. Jono right behind him now. Jono in the slipstream now as he comes up to the back of Actual, and look at the time gained. Looks like Actual might be in a lower fuel mix maybe to save a bit of fuel on these laps, because Jono blitzed past him on that back straight, and you can see how much time he's gaining on the straight as well, despite Actual being in the slipstream. So it looks like Actual has turned up the fuel mix to maybe 2 or 3 on these straights here, because Jono has flown past him now. Now the question is, will Ghost be able to catch up now and take 4th place away from Actual? There's 15 minutes left of this race. It could very much be possible. Look at the pace that Ghost has on Actual as well. The gap went from 7.5 to under 6.5 seconds. So it could be very much possible once again for the other BMW to overtake and claim 4th place in this race. We will have to wait and see. But right now, Actual actually hasn't lost any time to Jono now. Maybe he's turned the fuel mix back up. Maybe he's actually trying to challenge Jono again now, as he does not seem to be shaking him. Actual maybe turning up the fuel mix once again, as Jono is no longer gaining that much. But saying that, he actually is gaining quite a lot down the straight there, so maybe just a bad lap from Jono as he breaks the slipstream to 4th place behind him. Maybe just a bad lap from Jono there, to not gain as much time as he would have liked, as he does go a bit wide into the chicane, losing a bit of time. Maybe the slipstream of one of the back markers in front really affecting him now. We can see Actual in the background there, not having a good time at all. Looks like he might have just had a bit of a moment there. Yeah, just managing to keep it together though. Really good save from Actual there. But again, he is losing time to Ghost behind him because of that. 4.5 seconds separates 4th and 5th place now. It is Hansa that is driving next to me. It's Hansa. We come up to the 13-minute mark. Only 13 minutes left on this race. See another spinning triangle going through the triple right-hander there. Let's have a quick look at Quibus. Down into the 131s now as the racing softs not managing to keep the same level of grip as they once had. Hey Mew, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Seconds separates him and Rocketman. Rocketman's done a good job though of maintaining that gap. Quibus hasn't managed to gain that much time on him at all at the moment. So let's see how he fares in the rest of this race. Actual losing a lot of time to Ghost now. Let's keep an eye on Ghost behind him as he now moves to under 2 seconds between him and Actual. Ah, don't worry about it, Hansa. It's not about winning realistically. It's just about the experience. Obviously, winning would be nice. Don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, this is all about the experience. It's about the experience to actually take part in an endurance race and just have some fun with it. Doesn't matter where you finish, buddy. I'm sure you'll do a good job. Oh, as we see one of the, believe that's the Mercedes of Disco Mark just in front there. Unfortunately, the soft tyres really not doing him any favours there, as he looks to have a lot of damage on that Mercedes there. But let's have a quick look at this battle here. The two BMWs, sorry, going at it. Oh, look at the run that Ghost has on Actual here, flying past now. Lewis once again doing his jeering in the chat. Felix clapping back. Ooh, looks like Actual's came back though with Ghost. Actual sending it up the inside of Ghost there. Lewis, I believe, either leaving or removed from the lobby there. Ooh, look at Ghost now. Managing to get back ahead of Actual and keep his position this time. And look at the time that them tyres have given him over the other BMW behind him. Well over almost 1.5 seconds now, the gap. And look at the gap, 1.5 seconds between the two BMW drivers already. Good stuff from Ghost. And unfortunately, the latter stint really not playing to Actual's advantage here. And unfortunately, really hemorrhaging time in this last stage of the race as them super softs are shot. Let's have a quick look at Quibus here, actually picking up a penalty at some point during this lap. Ooh, goes a bit wide into the first part of the chicane there. Maybe the super softs just reaching their limit now. As you can see, the lap time's just falling off a little bit for the Aston driver here. You can see Jono there as well in third place, doing a great job as well to just keep a hold of that third place. Very well worked, very difficult race in terms of cutting himself through the field. Jono's had to survive many battles to get into that last step of the podium today, but he's done a fantastic job. No problems, Hand. Oh, pardon me. So I'll be covering your stint as well. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to get this next one started, because it will be fast approaching 6:30 by the time the next stint ends, so hopefully it's not too bad. As we keep the camera on Jono for the moment, him and Ghost seem to be the closest people on track at the moment, with Ghost opening up a 7.5 second lead onto the back of Actual, who is really struggling for both fuel and tyres at the moment. This looks like somebody else's. Leave that as the Porsche again. Really not having a good day. He's on the racing mediums at this point, but is really not suited to this track at all. And unfortunately he's having a very tough time keeping it on the track today. So check back to Quibus now as well. Just slowly starting to edge into the 132s in this later stage of the stint, but still a great job by him nonetheless. We'll have to see what the overall time is for him at the end of the race. The race slowly just starts to calm down for the last 4 minutes of this race. Driver having difficulty with the chicane once again. The gap between Jono and Ghost actually maintaining itself and dropping ever slightly in the favour of Ghosts, now under 8 seconds. As we come up to the final 2 minutes of this race now, let's have a quick look at the leader. Keeping on the leader for the last couple laps of this race. It's getting a bit sideways coming out the exit of the chicane there. Tyres really starting to show the edge of their grip. Looks like we will get the 79 laps that we were able to get in the last race. And it looks like the rest of the drivers will unfortunately only be able to do 78 laps, as Quibus, with 30 seconds left of this race, comes across the line to take his victory, as Rocketman will not be able to catch him. So it looks like Rocketman will actually be the first person to cross the line here. But great drive from Quibus here today, as the clock ticks down from 10 seconds. It's like New Year all over again. 3, 2, 1. That is the end of the race. Let's have a quick look. Looks like somebody else is going to come across the line first. Disco Markham 69 comes across the line to take 6th place. Rocketman, very good job. Good consistency, made the strategy work for him, come across in 2nd place. Great job from him today. We have Basti Bastian coming across the line, Shimmery Fire coming across the line, spinning across the line as well. As we look for the rest of the field, Jono in the big purple Mercedes coming up to the finish line now. Great drive from him, finishing 3rd place, the last step on the podium, and a great drive from Ghost as well to catch him up to him at the end in 4th place. Actual, unfortunately, not managing to make his strategy work. As you can see, the times again slipping off even further, as Quibus actually comes across the line there, spinning across the line for 1:33.7 on his final lap. Great job by Quibus, and a great time as well, managing to get 79 laps out instead of the rest of the drivers. Good stuff, with a time of 2 hours 1 minute and 7 seconds. Good luck, Hansa. May your fortune favour you, good sir. Congratulations to all the drivers that finished this one here today. GG's all round. As the rest of the drivers start to come in for the last stint, and as the other guys start to vacate. And when I do that, I will save this replay and I will also share it. Because I might be able to do something while no, I won't be able to. Got it saved though, so that's fine. As we see the first of these drivers come out on track, and with that I will be back in a second. Congratulations Rockman, good second place buddy, very well deserved. I shall be back in a second for the third and final stint of this round of the Enduro GT. Right, I am back. So, let's have a quick look at the guys who will be racing. So, we have Tactic Alpha taking over in the Aston Martin. We have Mr. Joe Jr. in the R8 taking over in the R8. Hansa taking over in the Genesis. Grunders in the wavy Porsche. Koala, Jandoro, GT seeing a return in the Hurricane, who unfortunately missed out on the last stint. Good to see that the Hurricane drivers will be back in for this stint. Minon in the BMW taking over. We have Ghost Fired Up, who is going around the track again. Not sure who was meant to be replacing him this time around. We have Jono, who's still sitting in the pits in the purple Mercedes. Not quite sure who's taking over for Jono. Felix, who's taking over for the Porsche drivers, and Rocketman, who's also sitting in the pits, but he will be vacating soon. So let's have a quick look at the rest of these times, shall we? And to the 132. Koala also going quite quickly in the 32.6. Good time from him in that Hurricane. Hurricane, not the ideal choice of car for this track, but what it makes up for in speed potentially around this track, it makes up for in good looks, because look at that livery. Very nice livery there on that Hurricane. Tactic Alpha with a 133.1. Let's see how the Aston boys will fare from their good results. Ooh, looks like the Audi's just had a bit of an off on the in the middle part of the triple right hand there. We have Krunda's also in the Porsche. Ninon making his way for his first fastest lap here. We'll have to see how both of the BMW drivers do this race. I'm not sure who else we are waiting on at this point, so I believe we are waiting on somebody to take over in the big purple Mercedes, and I believe that should be it. And for somebody to take over in the BMW, unless is Ghost racing again? I'm not sure. Looks like the lobby is almost full at this point, so that might be why a couple of people aren't able to get in at the moment. Should be a good final stint. We'll have to see who comes out on top in this race. So I've got all three of these ones. I believe that is the driver of the other Hurricane that was meant to take part in the last stint as well, coming in the lobby. Got Mr. Joe Ninon and the spectator in the turquoise BMW. We've got Millsy in the driving for Team Hex in the red Mercedes. Tactic Alpha once again. I wonder if Jono is driving again in this stint. We have some drivers who were doing 4 hours worth of driving here today. Going to be a big ask from some of these guys here today. Got Millsy going backwards down the track. Koala in the Hurricane. We'll have to see how well the Hurricane does in this one. Felix, Hansa and Ghost fired up, so I wonder if a couple of these guys are actually going to be doing 2 stints instead of 1. Mike. Really good job, buddy. Thoroughly enjoyed watching you out on track there. Made it stick. Got yourself on the podium. I couldn't ask much better of you, buddy. Good battling as well to get yourself back up in the second place, especially at the start there. It was good stuff, buddy. No doubt Hansa will intend to replicate that as well as the final begins. Good luck, Hansa, and good luck everybody else in the final stint of this race. Quick flash there from some of the guys. So we have another 2-hour stint coming right up. And away we go once again. The Aston leading the way this time around, followed by the Genesis. Jono in the Mercedes once again, and Ghost fired up, also driving once again. Ninon in the turquoise BMW. Millsy coming around for his also second stint, who participated in the first stint. Felix in the Porsche. Mr. Joe, Krundas and Koala at the back of the field in the Hurricane. So we see Hansa looking to put a move on the inside of Tactic Alpha there. Going for the move very early from Hansa. Manages to make it stick for now, but can he defend? Coming in for the rest over the second sector now. Great shot of them there coming through the picture. Ooh, Tactic Alpha going very wide, as well as Ghost fired up also going very wide. Jono managing to come through in second place there. Ooh, Tactic Alpha and Jono challenging there for second place as Hansa manages to break the slipstream in front. Great job by Hansa on this opening lap to gain the lead and potentially keep it as well. Good stuff from him. Ooh, Tactic Alpha goes down the inside of Jono. A little bit of contact there on the run under the first corner. And look at Ghost in the background there, just looking to pick up any scraps. You can see the red Mercedes there of Millsy as well, looking to try and gain some positions as well as Jono and Ghost once again going at it. Two of them were very close in the second stint, and once again going side by side as Millsy goes a bit deep into the hairpin. Then Mercedes not having as much grip as the BMW, as Tactic Alpha also goes a bit wide on the hairpin. Jono is looking a little bit vulnerable to BMW behind, but manages to defend his inside line. Once again, a little bit of contact, goes wide in the second sector, coming into the triple right-hander now. Ooh, looks like Jono just manages to keep the grip there of the Mercedes, but Ghost also just goes a little bit wide. Again, slipstream battle all the way as Ninon in the background there. Also just tries to make a move up the inside of Jono. I think there's a little bit of contact there from Ghost, and unfortunately looks like Jono's lost 3 places in that hairpin there, but looks like he does have the slipstream of the guys in front, so that might keep him ahead of Millsy now, as Ninon takes 3rd place with a little bit of help from Ghost, I believe, managing to take 3rd place. The 2 BMW drivers looking to be on a charge at the moment. see the glow of the evening sun for this time of day. Looks like Ghost wants to have a challenge. Ooh, big carnage coming into the hairpin there. 3 wide coming out of the hairpin. Who's going to have the inside line coming in to the S's there? Ghost just manages to keep his position, but for how long? He goes very deep into the first part of the S's. Jono looks to have a great run coming out, but Ghost just manages to keep the edge on the rest of the Mercedes there as Jono and Millsy look to try and get past here, but that is also bringing the other guys into it as well. Jono looks to try and go for a move on the inside there. Will he manage to make it stick? It looks like Ghost actually is late brakes and is very late on the brakes there. And Jono and Millsy both get through on the BMW there. Not a good corner for Ghost. As it looks like Felix and Krundas, also in 2 Porsches behind, also want to try and make a move on these guys at this moment. The 2 Porsches looking quite quick behind, so hopefully, ooh, bit of contact there behind. Felix not realising that Krundas was on the inside there. Krundas manages to move ahead of Felix for 7th place there. And let's have a look at the run out of the chicane. As it looks like Millsy now has a run on Jono coming into the hairpin now. Doesn't look like he quite has the legs at this point. Let's have a quick look behind as well. Ghost and Krundas right on the back of both of them there. Millsy looking for a way past Jono. Will he try and make a move down the inside? No, just try and employs the dummy on Jono, just trying to force him into a mistake, but he goes wide himself. That allows Ghost to try and come back at him, but look at Krundas down the inside, might have an opportunity there. No, bit of contact there as well as they come through the triple right-hander. Krundas on the inside of Ghost. Ghost falling down the field here as Krundas makes a nice move up the inside there for 6th place, and now wants to try and challenge Millsy. Goes from left to right. Krundas down the inside of the Mercedes. Little bit of contact coming through the double left-hander. Ghost looks to take advantage as well. And Jono goes wide of the final corner. How much will that impact Krundas' run into the first corner? Not too much. Luckily for Jono, but loses a bit of time to the Porsche behind him. Who knows, we might see an underdog here in Krundas. Look to showing some very good pace early on. Ooh, just gets a little bit too happy on them curbs there. Just slides the back end out a little bit more than it should have, but still managing to keep it pointing in the same direction as Ninon takes the fastest lap of the race, and he's now hunting down Tactical Alpha. The BMW looking strong here today. He's now taking chunks of time out of Tactic Alpha in 2nd place here as well. Ooh, battle between Krundas and Ghost in the background there. Ooh, looks like Ghost just gets a little bit too ambitious on the brakes and unfortunately just goes a bit off the track, allowing Millsy to fall back through as well, and loses a lot of time to the rest of the field. Krundas just managing to maintain that inside line, and unfortunately Ghost just gets a little too ambitious on the brakes there and goes flying right by. Krundas, however, now has a run on Jono now, and look at the Porsche in the slipstream. Even with the power of that Mercedes, it's not going to do a lot against that. As Krundas goes through on the inside, will he be able to keep position? You can see the slightly additional grip of the Porsche there. Krundas just throws a move to the inside line there, throws it back on the outside, and you can see the additional grip of the Porsche actually helping out a lot more through the chicanes, and you can see how much time he's actually gained on the Mercedes there. Great work by Krundas, and he now manages to sit in 4th place. Great job from him. As we now also look to have, as Ninon just actually looks to have dropped a little bit of time to Tactic Alpha. As we continue to watch the battle for 4th place here, Millsy also trying to mount a comeback from the rather poor start he had in that Mercedes, but he is maintaining his position from the start of the field. That red Mercedes starting quite far down the grid, so he is going to have to do a lot of work to try and get back up into the top positions, but he is probably more than capable of doing so. The gap to the lead doesn't open up too much, but it looks like Millsy in the red Mercedes is looking to challenge the purple Mercedes of Jono there. Let's have a quick look out of this chicane and see if Millsy has a good run. Ooh, just gets a bit too narrow there. Picks himself up a penalty and also doesn't get the best run out of the chicanes there. Hard on the brakes into the hairpin. Ooh, Jono goes wide of the hairpin, doesn't get the best run out. Millsy is on the inside, but Jono will have the inside line for the next couple corners. Millsy concedes, but looks to try and get a better run towards the triple right-hander. Will he send a move down the inside? No, thinks better of it just again. Good dummying moves from here from Millsy, just putting the pressure on Jono, forcing him to make a move. And it really is showing here, as he is, it looks to be quite effective against Jono here. Oh, just a slight clipping of the wall there from Millsy. Just faking moves down the inside though, but Jono goes a bit wide. Millsy takes opportunity, slides down the inside, coming onto the pit straight. Let's have a quick look, flash back from them moves there. You can see that Jono actually just gets a bit too late on the brakes there, missing the first apex, and Millsy just managing to slide on through with a great overspeed there and a great move from Millsy there to take 5th place, and he manages to maintain that going into chicanes. Good afternoon, Oliver. Nice to see you cheering on Ninon. He's actually doing very well at the moment, managing to gain some time on the Aston in front of him. Just makes a little mistake there into the hairpin, a little bit deep, just a little mistake there, just costing him a little bit of time, but nothing he should be able to make up here. Welcome Neozone as well in the chat, also cheering on Ninon. Ninon having a bit of support here this race, good to see. He got a 2-hour penalty. How did you get a 2-hour penalty? Well, hopefully Ninon can make up some of that time at least. So you got a 2-hour penalty for not using the correct livery. Seems a bit harsh. I saw that in the chat before, but I mean, I don't think that it will actually be a 2-hour penalty, if I'm honest, but we'll have to see what happens. But good to see you in the chat and cheering on Ninon. see the Porsche of Crunders there is actually managing to catch on the Porsche, showing some great pace, setting the fastest lap of the race with the 1:31 dead. So a quick run through with Crunders through the chicane. Let's see if he can have a good run on the BMW in front of him. Takes a very nice line, ooh, but gets a bit squirrely on the exit of the chicane there, and then manages to get away. These two are catching Tactical Alpha in front, and Tactical Alpha is also just maintaining the gap to Hansa, who leads this race currently. The Porsche showing its actual good side though, as the Porsche hasn't been very competitive in the other two stints, but Crunders really knowing how to use the car. And is now applying pressure, as we see Jono and Millsy in the background there also still going at it. The two Mercedes drivers really putting on a good show in this final stint. As we cross the 15-minute mark of this race, 1 hour and 45 minutes to go. Right, fair enough. There was a bit of ghosting action there, so Jono goes a bit wide out of the first corner, trading back and forth. Millsy will have the inside line coming into the first corner. Looks like Jono just backs off a bit there. Millsy still going a bit defensive. So Jono has the better line going through the first corner though, and he will have the inside into the chicane. Two Mercedes drivers really going at it. Millsy fakes the dive down the inside. You might have the better run out of the hairpin there. Let's have a quick look. No, Jono actually has a very nice run. Oh, so it looks like Crunders has actually had an error there. Let's have a quick look to see if we can see what's happened there. So you can see right on the back of Ninon there. Oh, and the curb just sending him out. Really unfortunate there. Really well saved though for Crunders there. Unfortunately just puts him actually behind both the Mercedes drivers now. Disaster for Crunders, who had a really good start here. Yeah, a 2 hour penalty for using a different livery seems rather harsh, to be honest, because that completely eliminates an entire, well, for one, it completely eliminates your entire stint in general and ruins the race. So effectively you may as well have just not raced one of them stints and he would have been fine, realistically, which is a bit really, well, it's just not fun really, to be honest. You're only here to race at the end of the day. It's like an endurance format. To have it like penalised by just taking one of your stints away is a bit rubbish, to be honest. Ooh, so you can see Jono there really... Oh, so you can see the Porsche trying to go through the middle of the Mercedes there. Crunders just getting sandwiched at this point of the race, but you can see just coming up to the hairpin. Who will have the better brakes? Millsy goes on the inside, but look at as Crunders there. Great cutback manoeuvre from Crunders, managing to salvage his little off there as he had in the chicane. Manages to keep his position ahead of the two Mercedes. Great stuff from Crunders there to take back his fourth position ahead of the two Mercedes. Jono just goes a bit wide there as well, allows Millsy to come back at him. The two Mercedes still nose to tail, really going at it. And look in the background there as well, Ghost managing to catch up a hell of a lot of time, as now just slowly edge the gap back to 1.5 seconds. Great job by the BMW driver to rectify that early incident he had in the chicane. But nose to tail coming into the first corner between 4th, 5th and 6th place. Can the Porsche hold off the two Mercedes as Jono looks to try and have a move on the inside of the Porsche? Doesn't quite have the run. Ooh, bit of contact between Krunders and Jono there. Krunders still has the inside line. Jono just opting to take a bit of chicane, but Krunders gets the exit and traction on the outside of the chicane there. And manages to carry on through and hold 4th place. And look at Millsy behind both Mercedes drivers. Oh, sending it on Krunders. Big contact there, and Krunders loses out big time. Contact with, I believe, both Millsy and Jono. Let's have a quick look back at that. From Millsy's perspective, you can see Jono move to the inside here. Just a bit of contact, just Krunders just trying to get out of the way. And Jono just manages to keep his position in 4th place. So you can see Millsy now and Krunders also still going at it. Ooh, Jono goes wide of the corner there for 4th place. Great battling, great action from all of these guys. So you can see Millsy there coming up to the first corner, not managing to have the run that he would have liked. But Jono goes a bit wide of the corner. Will Millsy send it up the inside into the chicane? No, he thinks better of it. Wise decision from Millsy here. And opts to get the good run out of the chicane, but Jono, again, great run out of the chicane. He really has perfected the exit of the chicane. And that just leaves Krunders and Ghost now to try and pick up the pieces and potentially put a challenge up for Millsy here. All the guys opting for a narrow line on that hairpin. And Jono again just losing out a bit of time to the rest of these guys here. Jono not looking as comfortable as he did in the first stint. The podium winner from the 2nd stint now under pressure here. As Millsy once again applying copious amounts of pressure to the purple Mercedes here. And Jono just managing to hold off Millsy as Millsy sends a move down the inside. He takes a very narrow line cutting off Jono's exit, but Jono has a great exit there, and Krunders comes around the outside as well. As it come into the first corner now, who's likely to... Is any moves going to be made? Krunders makes a move down the inside, a little bit of contact for Millsy. Krunders just on the inside of Millsy now. Millsy having the inside line. Krunders opts to go around the inside there, out the exit of the chicane. Great racing by all of these guys here. Krunders takes back his 5th place and is now trying to apply pressure on Jono once again. Krunders sends it up the inside. Massive, looks like massive contact there again, but Krunders dishing out what he was dealt beforehand. Let's have a quick look at the replay there. You can see he has a massive gap to the guys behind him, and he's very far back in the hairpin. Jono very early on the brakes, but Krunders sends it up the inside, giving as good as he can take, and that puts him at the 4th place there. Managing to keep ahead as unfortunately the Hurricane again not having a good race here today and finds himself lapped by the rest of the field here. Now crucially, can Krunders break this slipstream here? Not one of these guys has managed to break the slipstream, and that will do him no favours as Krunders goes wide of the final corner. This will allow Jono here to potentially send a move up the inside. Will he think better of it? He does send it up the inside, and Krunders unfortunately is worsened by the impact there. Again, losing out his 5th place. Just the little mistakes from all of these drivers here, just allowing them the other competitors back into this race. As you can see, the amount of time they have all lost to Ninon in the front, who is now over 6 seconds ahead of the rest of these guys. To have a quick check back up at the front before resuming the action. Tactic Alpha has actually managed to draw the gap in ever so slightly to Hansa now, as maybe the Aston is starting to come alive. He's starting to set purple sectors. Tactic Alpha starting to get into the rhythm of this race and starting to eat up into the time of Hansa, but both first and second place, as Tactic Alpha goes skywards there, both first and second gaining ever so slightly on the BMW in third place, but as well as that they are also gaining on the rest of the guys here as well, as Jono is... hang on, I've just realised what's happened to Crunders there. Let's see if we can have a replay. So Jono was ahead, but yes, Millsy was actually already ahead as well going into that, and Ghost is now up into 6th as well. So have a quick look at this coming into the first corner. Ghost wants to try and make an impact as well here again after his first couple of laps mistakes. Good exit from Millsy there, and crucially Jono has managed to get away from these guys here. Jono making himself known with a 1 second gap to Millsy, Crunders and Ghost. Crunders managed to make a move up the inside of Ghost, who now finds himself back in 6th place. As we see the other Porsche driver unfortunately not managing to capitalise on the good start he had, and now finds himself also lapped along with the Hurricane. Ghost tries to find a move up the inside of Crunders. Crunders has the traction on the outside and the overspeed. Great job from Crunders to defend against Ghost there, but crucially again these two are losing time to the two Mercedes in front. They're going to lose the slipstream and therefore fall behind as a result. Millsy looks to be the quicker of the two drivers just in this instant, although he did make a mistake on the final corner which didn't allow him to get slipstream on this pit straight. All of these drivers just going back and forth between each other as Ghost tries to send a move up the inside of Crunders, and he manages to do it successfully. Good job by Ghost there. Crunders fakes a move up the inside of the big BMW, but doesn't manage to make it stick. Ooh, gets two wheels on the huge sausage curve there and falls way behind as a result. But look at that, Ghost actually managing to pick up a purple sector through the first sector on this lap. Good job by him, showing that he's not out of this race yet. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of strategies just a little bit wide by Ghost there, just unfortunately checking the gravel there. I believe unfortunately Qualler is in 9th place at the moment. Unfortunately he's a minute behind Mr. Joe, but he's a minute ahead of Felix, who currently occupies last place for their Paleto. Let's have a quick look back at this race that's still happening again for 5th place. Ghost right up the backside of Millsy here, flying into the first corner. Will Ghost manage to make up any places here? Looks like the two Mercedes drivers actually managing to get better runs through the chicanes. It is where Ghost is unfortunately losing a bit of time to the rest of these drivers, is on the exit of these chicanes. Ghost opting to go for the safer route. Oh, but looks like Jono's gone wide there. Can he keep it? He can, as Millsy goes through. Again, another little mistake by Jono, costing him that place, and he will have dirty tyres for the rest of this middle sector, which will allow Ghost to fully capitalise on this. Can Millsy make the most of this and potentially get away from these two? Doesn't look so at the moment, as Ghost goes a bit wide in the triple right-hander here, but will have a much better exit than the two Mercedes in front of him. Unfortunately, Crunders seems to have fallen behind just a little bit here, as Koala is the first person to pit. As you can see on the inside there of these guys, Jono just manages to keep his position ahead of Ghost. Millsy falls back to 6th place. Big slipstream battle here. Will they go for a move on the inside here? No. The BMW splitting the two Mercedes drivers at the moment, who go wide on the first corner. Looks like Millsy wants to try and have a move up the inside of the BMW. Contact between the two. Ghost sliding through the first part of the chicane. That allows Crunders to catch back up. Again, just the Porsche not fairing the chicane, but look at the run out of the chicane that Ghost has there. Great stuff from him. And that allows Jono to get ahead once again. Millsy falling victim to a pass from Jono there, I believe, as Jono now finds himself back up into 4th place, with Ghost behind him in 5th and Millsy in 6th position, with Crunders very close behind them in 7th as well, as Ghost gets it wrong again, as he showed in his last stint as well, also going off at the exact same point last race, and allowing Millsy to get back up in front again. Another little mistake from these drivers, costing them positions, as Crunders now looks to try and have a run on the BMW driver as well. Great battling between all of these guys. Ooh, as Crunders goes up the inside, great move from Crunders there, nice and clean on Ghost. And it looks like will Crunders have the slipstream of the Mercedes in front? Looks like he will, as well as the Porsche actually is gaining on the Mercedes in a straight line thanks to that slipstream. Millsy will have to have a monstrous lap to try and break the slipstream of the Porsche here, but Crunders is looking very quick indeed. He just needs to have a good exit on this chicane, which he does, but Millsy again in that Mercedes having another great exit of the chicane. The FR cars really showing up good through that chicane there, allowing them to ride the curbs a lot more and getting better exits and traction as a result compared to the mid-engined Porsche. Looks like Jono's just fallen back a little bit more there. And again, as Millsy once again starts to catch up to the Mercedes driver, as Crunders defends the inside from Ghost here. Managing to have a better run down this back straight. As you can see, Millsy again ever so slightly just making his way up to the back of Jono here. Didn't even realise in front as well, Tactic Alpha has taken the lead. My apologies, I'm not sure what lap that happened on. Hansa is still fairly close, but Tactic Alpha is now the leader of this race. But crucially, he's actually used a lot more fuel, and he's now coming up to 50% fuel in his Aston here. As the Genesis looks to be a little bit heavier on the tyres, surprisingly, than the Aston, as Hansa not looking as comfortable as the Aston in this portion of the race. However, the pit stops will be coming up soon, and no doubt that will flip the complete strategy on its head here. We'll have to wait and see. As we check back further in the field, let's have a look to see if there's any other battles in this midfield section here. Ghost and Crunders here actually losing quite a bit of time to both Jono and Millsy. just over 2 seconds separates the two groups now. As it also looks like Krunders is also just barely managing to keep up to the back of the BMW now. The last thing these guys want to do is leave slipstream with each other, as Millsy is now putting pressure once again on Jono as he now pulls into the slipstream range of the purple Mercedes. Coming through the chicane now, let's have a quick look see at the exits. Both Mercedes getting a very good exit, but Millsy getting the better of the two. And you can actually see as well, both of the Mercedes drivers are actually gaining slightly to Ninon in front, with the gap only being just under 5 seconds. Ooh, Millsy gets a bit wide there, I think a bit out of touch of the slipstream there, not anticipating it and going a bit deep. Losing a bit of time to Ninon in front there again, but it looks to me that the BMW in third place is having a little bit more trouble now in this stage of the race, as he is losing just a little bit of time to both the top two and the group behind him now. We'll have to see how the BMW fares in the rest of this stint, but he is starting to fall back ever so slightly to the other guys, so we'll have to see how he compares in a few laps or after the pit stops. Meanwhile, Millsy here, still in the slipstream of Jono. Let's have a quick look to see if he has it. No, just opting to use the bump draft here. Oh, but it looks like Millsy has a run coming into the chicanes. Will he be able to have a look? Sends it down the inside, side by side, coming out of the chicane. Jono just manages to keep it together and keeps his fourth place ahead of Millsy. But this battle, again, this allows Ninon to just ever so slightly get ahead. Over 6 seconds the gap is between the BMW and this group, as Ghost now joins the fray once again. Both the Mercedes guys battling here for position allows the BMW to catch back up once again. As we come into the 1:23, pit stops will be happening soon. It will be crucial to see what strategies people go on to in this stint. Will people opt for the 2-stop strategy, or will they be audacious and go for the 1-stop strategy and try and make the one set of tyres work? We haven't seen many people pull off the 1-stop strategy well this race. However, the winner of the last race, Quibus, managed to pull off the 1-stop strategy perfectly and managed to take home the win. But it will be crucial to see which driver goes on to which strategy here at this point of the race, as it will decide the rest of this race. Jono still just managing to hold off Millsy, but now Ghost trying to find a way past the red Mercedes here. Millsy making it as wide as possible, filling up every inch of the track there. And once again getting a great run out of the chicane, but Ghost actually gets a very good run out of the chicane here this time around. Will he be able to challenge into the hairpin? Thinks better of it. Oh, but Jono's very slow into the hairpin then, catches both Millsy and Ghost out there. But crucially, we haven't seen this much from many of the other drivers, but crucially, Ghost is actually short shifting a bit here and saving a bit more fuel compared to the rest of the drivers, meaning he will only need to refuel once. Very smart driving here by Ghost, even allowing just to save that bit more fuel in the slipstream of the two Mercedes in front, and opting to just not be cautious and also save that little bit of time in the pits, which could be crucial. Also, you see the Audi there not having a good time. as we see there, Ninon actually losing a little bit of time coming out of that final corner there, but Millsy also losing a lot of time to Ghost. Ghost goes up the inside. Looks like the BMW has a little bit more grip as Jono goes wide once again coming into the first corner. It looks like Ghost has better entrance to the chicane there, but goes a bit wide on the second part of the chicane, but just manages to keep his position there. Jono once again has the opportunity to try and pull out a massive gap to the rest of these guys, while Crunders is also catching up to the red Mercedes and the BMWs. Crunders now puts a move up the inside of Ghost. Ghost losing out, being forced off the track almost by Crunders there, not allowing any space whatsoever. Ghost trying to go around the outside of Crunders, really not the optimal place to try and move around there. These two drivers really need to try and keep a cool head if they want to keep with these Mercedes here. It is going back and forth between every single driver here. And this once again allows Millsy to open up a gap, as we have first of the front runners to pit. Hansa coming in 1.7 seconds behind Tactic Alpha, and Jono also pits as well as Millsy. There goes Hansa. Where will he come out? He actually comes out ahead of Crunders in the Porsche there. Crucially, will he be able to keep that position from the Porsche? Hopefully he should be able to, on the fresher grip of them tyres. Excellent exit by Hansa there, managing to break the slipstream of the Porsche behind him, and hopefully you'll be able to keep that position there and catch Ninon and Tactic Alpha as they look to go for the different strategy here. Ninon 9.5 seconds behind Tactic Alpha, who is in first place, crucially using a lot more fuel compared to the rest of these drivers. Ninon also having a bit less fuel compared to the rest of these guys. Hansa looking to be the only one who has saved that little bit more fuel in the Genesis. But it will be interesting to see what kind of strategies, if the front two runners of Tactic and Ninon decide to try and do the one-stop strategy here rather than going for the twos. Will Tactic Alpha come into the pits here? He goes off into the pits. He does. He goes into the pits on 38 fuel. A lot less fuel than the rest of these guys, but Ninon stays out on track. Could Ninon be going for the one-stop here? Could be a good strategy. It might be able to pay off. Let's have a look at Hansa coming down this pit straight. As you can see, the amount of time that Hansa has actually managed to save in the pits there is Tactic Alpha, and Crunders now manages to pass Tactic Alpha. And you can see that extra fuel that Tactic Alpha has had to put in has actually cost him dearly. He's not only lost the position to Hansa, but he is now behind one of the drivers that is on the worst set of tyres, so he will be slowing him up now. Tactic Alpha now right behind Crunders. Will he want to go for a move? Looks like Crunders is going to allow him through. Ooh, looks like the Aston really getting sideways there. Crunders, will he be sending a move up the inside? No, Crunders plays it smart. Crunders knows that he's not racing Tactic Alpha at the moment. And a very, very good job and smart racing by Crunders here to allow the Aston through, who was on the fresher rubbers, and potentially use him to his advantage by using the slipstream, potentially saving a bit more fuel and keeping him even more in a top speed range on them straights. We'll have to wait and see how this affects Crunders, and see if he can catch up to some of these leaders here. It'll be interesting to see how much Ninon can also stay out, as he is now dropped to only just over a 3-second lead to Hansa behind him, as Hansa sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:31 dead, just taking it away from Crunders, who previously had the fastest lap. Tactic Alpha now really stepping on the afterburners as he tries to catch the Genesis just ahead of him. Oh, he gets a bit shallow through the chicane and loses a lot of time to the top two drivers there. But both Hansa and Tactic Alpha are catching Ninon at quite the rate here. The fresher tyres really showing their grip here, as shown from the previous race as well, that the extra grip of the fresh tyres really does make a difference. We saw in the last race how the other BMW fell off dramatically because he did not pit for that fresh set of super soft tyres, that ended up dropping quite a few positions because of it and ended up finishing quite a way off his pace. However, you can see Krunders there still opting to go for that one-stop strategy that a lot of the other drivers couldn't pull off here today. But he's making it work for him at the moment. 9 seconds ahead of Millsy and Ghost in 5th and 6th place. Millsy actually gaining a little bit of time to Ghost during the pit stops there and opening up just over a 2-second lead there. But now that drops a little bit on this pit straight. I have to check back to see if the gap lessens between them two at all. For the first time in this race, we actually have a little lull in the action here, as it's been non-stop for the first 45 minutes of this race, and this is the tightest field we have had in any of the 3 stints here today, by far. Really good job by all of these drivers. Yes, and Millsy actually gets the new fastest lap. Well pointed out there, Mew. Really coming on strong. He's actually catching Krunders a bit here. The gap previously just over 9 seconds, just dropping to under 8.5 now, and also still dropping. Again, the one-stop strategy is really just compromising in terms of speed here. You do gain that time from not having an extra pit, but the time you lose on track compared to the rest of the guys with fresh super soft tyres is the payoff that you take going for that one-stop strategy. And in a lot of these guys' cases, it hasn't paid off of this race, unless you can really keep the consistency and the pace as well as manage your tyres and fuel. Great, the one-stop will work, but in situations like these, when you have Millsy setting very excellent lap times of 1:30.8 again that lap, whereas Krunders is setting 1:32s, Millsy is over 1.5 seconds quicker, or just under 1.5 seconds quicker on that lap alone. You can see how much time is hemorrhaged to the rest of these guys, and it is the crucial part in this race. As you can see now, actually Hansa has managed to pass Ninon here. Let's have a quick look and see if we can see what's happened here. Ninon, smart move there, allowing Hansa to pass. He doesn't want to compromise his race speed here. Excellent move, and it's very smart driving from a lot of these guys in this stint. Despite the massive action we had in the midfield, we have some very smart drivers here today. Just not opting to battle, not lose any time to the rest of the field, because Ninon knows if he loses any time battling, he will fall into the clutches of the super soft guys behind him, and that is the last thing he wants. So very smart driving from Ninon here today, and hopefully he can continue to make this one-stop strategy work for him. However, again, Tactic Alpha just losing a little bit of time overall to Hansa. Both the Austrian driver and the Malaysian driver very similar on pace in this point of the race. Again, a lot of these guys just going to and fro, battling for lap times. Whereas one guy might be faster one lap, another might be faster than another, as Millsy again setting the fastest time boards alight as Tactic Alpha. moves to the inside, and Ninon again allowing Tactic Alpha through. Ninon knows he can't battle these two at the moment. Any time he loses battling is time lost to the rest of the field, and you can see how much time he's actually lost to Crundas now. 4.5 seconds separates them. Crundas doing an excellent job managing these set of super softs for this long, and is gaining quite a lot of time on Ninon, and crucially not losing too much time to both Millsy, Jono and Ghostfire, and Ghost behind him. You can see all these guys, Millsy actually really managing to make use of this set of super soft tyres and drawing out an 8-second gap to Jono now. When you consider in the first stint of this race, the difference between Millsy and Jono was very, very small, but he's now managed to open up and over an 8-second gap to the other Mercedes driver. Great job from Millsy as he continues to set the timing boards alight, and he produces fastest lap after fastest lap, a little bit down on the times in that lap, but crucially still gaining to those behind him. The field a lot more spaced out now, so it looks like Tactic Alpha just goes a bit deep, as well as Ninon also going a bit deep into the hairpin there. Maybe Tactic Alpha just trying to push a little bit too hard to try and catch Hansa here, and is losing it just a little bit of time here and there. Ninon maybe trying to do the same thing, but of course remember he's on a much worn set of super soft tyres here. And he will need to pit, or he will be pitting in the next 9 minutes. Yeah, it's a very good battle for the lead at the moment. Ninon now, you can see the difference between the fresh set of tyres and the older set of tyres here as Ninon continues just to lose a little bit more time to Tactic Alpha, and also Crundas behind him managing just to manage his tyres a little bit better here. Millsy though managing to drop down the gap to 2 seconds to the Porsche driver. See a bit of dust being kicked up there. Don't know if that was Tactic Alpha going through the first corner, just kicking up a bit of dust. The BMW looks to just be a little bit worse on worn tyres compared to the Porsche. As again, Crundas just looks to be having a little bit more consistent lap times compared to the BMW at this stage of the race, but you can see the amount of time that everybody is gaining on both of these two one-stop runners here. But Millsy coming up to the back of Crundas now. Let's keep an eye on these guys here. And will they play it smart this time around? We saw both Ninon and Crundas let through the faster, fresher, super soft tyre runners go through. So let's see if they do the same here. Let's have an onboard mind, let's not. So you can see Millsy just sends it up the inside of Crundas, and the superior grip of them tyres manages to go right on through there. So you can see just behind him is there as well Crundas. Will he potentially have a move up the inside? He actually will go for it. Tiny bit of contact, but you can see the fresher tyres of Millsy there. Great stuff from Millsy as Ninon comes into the pits and Crundas follows him. That is probably a little earlier than they would have liked to pit in. They probably would have wanted to try and pit in exactly on the hour mark to try and make the stint last as long as possible. But crucially, Crundas and Ninon both pit again. And Crundas goes out on half fuel. Will that be enough? Will that be enough fuel to get him to the end as Ninon puts a full tank of fuel in? Interesting. Oh, it looks like Ghost there actually had an issue. Looks like Ghost is actually in pause mode at the moment. Let's have a quick look back to see if what happened there. Is he just in pause mode at the moment? Yes, it's really unfortunate. He is just in pause mode at the moment, unfortunately. And is just dropping back time because of it. Interesting strategy by the both of the one-stop runners here. Crundas well over 5.5 seconds ahead of Ninon here, but while one driver has underfueled, the other has overfueled, crucially. So it'll be very interesting to see where these two come out at the end of this race. Jono now finds himself in the first clear air he's had pretty much all race as he tries to hunt down Millsy, but look at Millsy. He's really opened up the taps here and is now considerably drawing back the time to the leaders here. Really good stuff from Millsy, setting purple sectors after purple sectors and is matching the times of the leaders. Don't rule Millsy out of this one. He will be on the same strategy as both Hansa and Tactic Alpha, but if he continues this pace up, he might be able to catch the leaders here, depending on if there's any mistakes or battles, because if Hansa and Tactic Alpha have to battle, that will allow Millsy to catch right back up here as he's continues to set purple sectors. Really good stuff by Millsy here. Wants to improve on the first stint that he had. As Crundas actually comes into the pits again. As he realised that he's underfueled. No, he puts on a fresh set of tyres and goes for the refuel. And unfortunately, that looks to have put Crundas right out of the runnings now. Very odd from Crundas there, as he actually puts on a fresh set of soft tyres, which he did previously in the pits, but also puts in a full tank of fuel. Very odd stop for Crundas there, and unfortunately that puts him right out of contention from the rest of these guys, as Ninon has exactly the same tyres pretty much, given a lap or two, as well as the fuel. Very strange, very strange. So you can see, I believe that's the Huracan driver there, going through his shot, unfortunately not having the best race once again. But look at Millsy here. He's really managing to put the pressure on, and he's clawing back time to both Hansa and Tactic Alpha in front. Really good job from Millsy here. Speaking of Tactic Alpha, he's now brought the gap to under a second. We could see a battle for the lead here. Good afternoon, Gaming Lounge, as well, for joining in. Hansa just about managing to keep that 1 second gap to Tactic Alpha behind him. Tactic Alpha actually having a much better time through them S's compared to that Genesis. And has a better run coming on to the back straight here. Could this be the opportunity he needs to potentially put a challenge to Hansa? Have to wait and see, as he has the slipstream out the back straight and he has a great run. A quick onboard shot, will he be close enough? Looks like, as he puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 1:30.4. Ooh, goes a bit wide of the first corner though. So does Hansa though, as I believe the slipstream from both the back markers in front actually coming in handy for Hansa at the moment. But look at the time that Tactic Alpha has gained as he moves to the inside of Hansa, and the power of the Aston looks to have held off there to look into the hairpin. Who has the better brakes? Hansa looks to have braked a little bit later. Will he try to go around the outside of Tactic Alpha? Tactic Alpha gets a little bit squirrely on exit of the hairpin. Hansa manages to keep ahead. Good battling from Hansa there, and good defensive manoeuvres to keep his position there. Ooh, Tactic Alpha looks to make a dive on the inside. Contact there between the two. Tactic Alpha just trying to squeeze Hansa for everything he's got there, but good defensive manoeuvres for Hansa. Tactic Alpha in the Aston doesn't quite get the run that you would quite like from the Aston there. And Hansa actually gets a better run out of the last corner, and the slipstream from the back markers really helping him out here and not allowing that Aston to get close enough on the straights. But Hansa gets a little bit short coming into the first corner there. Hansa getting very much on the sausage curbs there. Will Tactic Alpha have another look into the hairpin? Hansa defends. Tactic Alpha goes even more to the inside there. Hansa tries to go on the outside once again. He has the traction. Can he pull the same manoeuvre off? Great defensive manoeuvres from Hansa once again. A repeat of the last lap. Tactic Alpha once again getting a better run, but he's on the outside line this time. Will have a hard time trying to pass on the outside of the triple right-hander, but he might have the run as the Audi spins out in front. Tactic Alpha moves to the inside for the double left-hander coming onto the pit straight. Hansa again goes around the outside. The grip and traction of the Hyundai really showing its head here and just keeping him ahead of the Aston that is currently behind him. Quick look into the first corner. Ooh, Tactic Alpha looks to make a move on the inside. There's contact between the two, and Tactic Alpha just takes a position and smashes all Hansa out of the way, and just a little tap on the back side. That's all it takes. And unfortunately, Hansa has to do this work all over again, catch him and potentially pass the Aston. But as we can see, because these two are battling, Millsy has actually managed to draw the gap to 7.5 seconds now because of these two battling through here. Jono looks like he's losing a bit of time to Ninon behind, so I'll have to check back to see if them two are any closer later in the race. And looks like the Aston is just trying to stretch its legs a little bit now. You can see the straight line advantage, even though its opponent is in slipstream. It has a very, very difficult time trying to keep up in a straight line of the Aston. You can see, even though the Genesis is in the slipstream of the Aston, it is so difficult to try and pass it. Looks like the Aston just lost a bit of grip there, coming into the middle sector, but look at that, look at the straight line speed and the acceleration that the Aston has coming through. Hans has a better run coming out of the last corner though. Excellent fight between the two of them. This will all come down to the pit stops once again. So you can see, Hansa has more fuel than the Aston. Oh, but a great run out of the chicanes there by Tactic Alpha, breaking the slipstream of Hansa and setting the timing screens alight once again. Now Tactic Alpha has once again broken the slipstream barrier to the Genesis. Oh, does go a bit wide of that corner though. losing him a bit of time once again. And Hansa just slowly creeps back in over the latter half of the second sector. Hansa just gets a bit wide on the exit, coming onto the pit straight there. Will he have the slipstream? Looks like he just has the slipstream as he comes across the start finish line. Have a quick look back to see the other guys out on track. No other real battles happening at the moment. So let's keep with the battle for the lead. Tactic Alpha getting a much better run out of the chicane. Managing to once again set a purple sector. But look at his fuel. It means that he will have to pit early on this amount of fuel, whereas Hansa will not. Hansa looks like he has enough fuel to get to the 40-minute mark, which will be the strategy, but you can see how much more fuel the Aston has had to use to stay ahead at this point. Ooh, Tactic Alpha just goes a little bit wide. Ooh, he goes a bit wide again, just on exit. And it allows Hansa to catch right back up here. The question is, will he hold out for one more lap, or will he dive into the pits this lap to try and get the undercut? Because this might put him back in some traffic here. Will he come in this lap? No, he opts to stay out for another lap. He wants to try and go as far as possible in this race. Tactic Alpha once again setting purple sectors through the first sector. Tactic Alpha managing to get a much better run through there. Hansa again just drawing that little bit more speed back through that sector. But then the acceleration of the Aston powers it on through, breaking the slipstream once again to the Hyundai behind. These two managing to even out the gap to Millsy behind. Now, will Tactic Alpha have to pit now? No, he doesn't. He still stays out for another couple laps. He will be getting dangerously low on fuel. Just the question is, how much longer can that Aston go on this stint? And a great exit of the chicane there now puts the gap. It was just over 2 seconds. Hansa just manages to claim a bit of speed back there through there. But you can see how much quicker the Aston is through the first sector. Tactic Alpha really has it dialed in through them chicanes. But again, through the slower speed corners, Hansa has the exit speed. It's very interesting to watch to see what will come out on top of here. comes around the final corner. Will this be the lap that he pits? Looks like it will be. Tactic Alpha comes into the pits with 46 minutes left of this race. Barely having enough fuel to get back to the pits there. 2 litres. He will have to overfuel, and Millsy coming in on the exact same fuel, crucially enough. How much fuel will Tactic Alpha? You'll have to put in at least. He goes for 53. That is interesting. Because from the maths, that, and he also hasn't changed tyres. Very interesting. Is Tactic Alpha wanting to go to the end on this set of tyres? Very curious. Interesting strategy. Millsy has done the strategy where he's came in for more than enough fuel than he needs at this stage of the lap and a fresh set of super softs. Very, very curious at this stage of the race. You can see that Jono in the other Mercedes hasn't pitted yet, but he has a lot more fuel left in the tank than both Tactic Alpha and Millsy did. Very interesting to see. We'll have to wait and see how this race plays out, as Hansa will come into the pits in a few minutes' time. Oh, but Tactic Alpha goes wide. Disaster there for Tactic Alpha, losing a lot of time. And that'll be crucial as Hansa, when Hansa has to come into the pits, because he will also have dirty tyres coming through there, which will limit the amount of grip. But that's a good few seconds lost for Tactic Alpha. And that could prove crucial for when Hansa does eventually need to come into the pits, which will be in a couple laps' time. Very interesting. As Millsy once again setting the times alight here. Continuing to set more purple sectors. Going purple once again through the second sector. Can he keep that speed up through the final sector? Because this could move him very close to the likes of Hansa, who hasn't pitted yet. Hansa has actually managed to pull out a little more time to Tactic Alpha behind. But that time again, once again, starts to waver. But look at the amount of time that Tactic Alpha gains through the chicanes there. Loses it on the exit, but still manages to gain a little bit of time overall on Hansa here. But crucially, Tactic Alpha isn't making use of this here because he hasn't pitted, because he didn't change tyres. This is the same scenario that we saw with the BMW driver last round, where they decided not to pit for tyres and they ended up very, very far back down the grid. And you can see that Tactic Alpha is not only losing time to Hansa, but he's losing a lot of time to Millsy behind, who is on the fresh set of super soft tyres. Very interesting as Hansa goes out for his final lap and more than likely will be coming in this lap. As Millsy comes into the pits once again. And Jono also comes into the pits. And Millsy's putting more fuel in the car. Interesting, Millsy mustn't have had enough time. Well, he mustn't have had enough fuel left in the tank. I would have thought that would have been more than enough to try and carry him to the end of the race on the 60 fuel that he had. Clearly I might have been mistaken there. So Ghost pulls into the pits now as well. Unfortunately very far behind every other driver now. Not quite sure what happened this race for Ghost. Oh, of course, but he was on Ghost quite a lot of the time, wasn't he? Of course. Jono now, after pitting, will be catching Ninon, who's already made his final stop of the race now. So it looks like Jono and Ninon actually pitted at the same time there. As Tactic Alpha comes into the pits once again. And actually Hansa actually stays out for one more lap. Tactic Alpha finally changes tyres and puts more fuel in the car and goes on his way. Crucially, that puts him 38 seconds behind Hansa. We'll have to have a quick check to see how this fares, but it looks like Krunders, who pitted on the hour, will still be going to the end of the race. But crucially, will Jono and Ninon be able to catch him in time? Looks like they should be able to. Ah, fair enough, Crazy. Don't worry about it. Hansa's just coming into the pits now, so you've stopped at a good time. Let's see how long it takes Hansa to come into the pits. Where is Tactic Alpha? Tactic Alpha's only coming through the triple left-hander here. Hansa's already changed tyres. Fuel's going in the car. And off he goes. That will be Hansa's last stop of the race. And Tactic Alpha's only coming through the last corner. I'm not sure if that was a misclick from his first stint or anything, but that puts Tactic Alpha considerably off the pace there. They're both on the same strategy, but crucially Tactic Alpha is now what looks to be over 13 seconds behind Hansa after being ahead coming into the pits. Unfortunate if that was a misclick for Tactic Alpha. But he is going on the purple sectors once again as we turn our attention back to Ninon, who's currently trying to chase down Krunders. Krunders has done a very good job of just maintaining his tyres and fuel in this latter half of the stint, but the fresher tyres on that BMW look to be hunting him down. Losing a little bit of time out of the hairpin, but look at the amount of time he's gaining through the S's and middle sector. Ninon really closing up to the back of Crunders here. You can see the added grip of the tyres on the BMW. Crunders looks to try and get the cutback out of the chicane, but a bit of contact there between the two. Doesn't amount to much though, and Ninon goes through on Crunders. Again, the fresher tyres, much to the benefit of the BMW there. Crunders still applying some pressure there. A little bit of contact there going through the triple right-hander, allowing Crunders to get back ahead. Like Ninon manages to get the better grip. Oh, Ninon defending heavily though against Crunders, who goes to the outside there. Ninon just trying to force him to the outside, which he does. Crunders no way through. Ninon defends well. Both of the drivers get a great run out the chicane, but Ninon takes a little bit more than Crunders. Late defensive move by Ninon, but manages to thwart the attack of Crunders. But Crunders gets a great exit off of the hairpin, but not quite enough to catch back up to Ninon here. Ninon really trying to break the slipstream of Crunders behind him. He knows this race isn't quite over yet. You can have a quick look back up in front. Hansa maintaining the lead to Tacta Alpha in second, just under 15.5 seconds behind. Millsy not managing to catch up as much as the rest of the race, but still only 10 seconds away from the front two, and Ninon is only 5 seconds behind Ninon as well. So if any one of these guys makes a mistake, you will be sure to know that Ninon and Crunders will be right there to sweep up the scraps. As Ninon gets a very good exit out of the chicane there, just allowing the distance to grow between both him and Crunders there as they break up in heavy into the hairpin there. The fresher tyres working to Ninon's benefit, and he is looking to really try and break that slipstream to the Porsche behind him. I will have a look. Its best lap is a 1:31.1 at this point of the race. He's only 20 seconds off Mr. Joe, so you never know. Might be able to have a battle towards the end of the race between them two. Keep the action between Ninon and Crunders. Ninon managing to finally make them fresh tyres work, and he's broken the slipstream of Crunders. And you can see the difference now. Ninon managing to just streak away a little bit more. And gets a much better exit out the chicane as well. Good stuff by Ninon to try and succeed to break the slipstream and create that gap to him and Crunders behind, because Jono, after that battle, is now only 4 seconds behind Crunders. So can Jono potentially stir things up now and challenge Crunders and Ninon, who are just down the road from him? He has been gaining over the last couple of laps because of them battling, so we'll have to see how close he can get towards the end of this race as well. Millsy just managing to eke out a little bit more time to Ninon and also match the time of Tactic Alpha in front of him. He's had a really clean and consistent race from the second stint here. Really good job by him just to maintain the gap to the leaders and not go too far behind, but also stay and gain time on 4th place and every other driver around him. So good job by Millsy. Tactic Alpha still setting purple sectors through that first sector, but unfortunately just cannot maintain that time through the rest of the circuit. See how much time he loses in that second sector. Just can't quite keep the speed. Yes, he is. As I say, it looks like the fastest lap from Tactic Alpha. Actually, he didn't have a very good first sector at all, because a lot of the drivers have been setting purple sectors through sector 1. It's just that Tactic Alpha must have had a very good second and third sector to get that time. I imagine he's probably had slipstream as well to get that sort of time as well. As the race has really calmed down now. Ninon managing to open up a 2-second gap to Crunders behind, just having a little tail wag there on the exit of the chicane, just letting them know that the tyre grip is still there. Crunders just managing to maintain that gap to Jono behind. Jono's not managing to gain too much. Let's have a quick look at the rest of the guys here. Ghost actually not managing to gain much time as well to Jono in front. He's still well behind the times, but that is because I believe he had to pause the race throughout a section of the race. Hasn't been able to recover since, unfortunately. Jono again just not managing to gain too much time on Crunders and Ninon ahead of him. Crunders still doing a really good job managing the old set of super softs here and managing to keep the pace between the two guys of Ninon and Jono, who have much fresher set of tyres than the Porsche here, but he's done a very good job of managing that, and he has ample fuel to spare. You would like to think, if he hadn't have overfueled as much as he did, where you would be in the race. Because if he hadn't have overfueled, he might have been in a much better position to actually challenge Ninon a bit more for 4th place. because he will definitely have enough fuel, because he's just past halfway on the tank of fuel. It'll be interesting to see where he would have been if he hadn't have overfueled. Jono just going slightly wide on the triple right-hander, but manages to clean it back up and get a great exit onto the back straight. It's one of the most crucial corners on the entire track then once, is if you even go slightly wide into the triple right-hander, you lose tenths of your time. And it doesn't benefit you too much when you try and straighten it out. As you see somebody else going to the pits, as Crunders now goes into the pits, surprisingly actually going into the pits. What's he planning to do now? I believe this will be his third stop. He's going on for a fresh set of tyres. And he's going for more fuel. A very, very strange strategy by Crunders here, as he looked to be able to fend off the challenge to Jono and potentially even catch Ninon if he made a mistake. But now he's 13 seconds off Jono and he's 18 seconds off Ninon. Very strange tactic from Crunders here today. Maybe he needs to go back to the strategy board for something like this, because that'll be his third stop this race. Don't forget that he was actually challenging for a podium position quite comfortably in points of this race, but unfortunately he has pitted 3 times and he's lost a lot of time to the rest of the guys because of it. Let's have a quick look back up the field. Millsy has actually lost a bit of time to the 2 leaders now, and Hansa is also just maintaining that gap to second place at the moment. Both of these guys really just toing and froing between lap times, where one person gains time, the other person gains time in another sector. And Millsy unfortunately has dropped off the pace quite a bit now and is 16 seconds behind the top 2. So it's a lot more spaced out than it previously was last race, because at the beginning of this stint in particular it was very close and it could have gone any way, but unfortunately that does not look to be the case in this one anymore. However, we see Ninon still just in Millsy's rear view. He's still there, just lurking, just in case he does. If even one mistake from Millsy, Ninon will be there to capitalise on it. And Ninon, I'm not sure, is he catching? Let's have a quick look at the times from the last few laps. So it's a 1:33 and 1:32. So Millsy has lost some time there. He might have made a little mistake or something. And Ninon is in the 31s. And he only done his fastest lap a few laps ago, so he has been gaining on Millsy. Very interesting to see. Millsy has been quite clean and consistent, but over the last couple of laps he has just made a couple of mistakes, which that has allowed Ninon to catch back up. But he gets back into the 1:31s. And Ninon does the same, but is slightly quicker. And Jono also does the same. Jono has actually been very consistent over the last few laps, apart from that 1:32. Be interesting to see in the last 22 minutes of this race, to see if any of these guys can pull a distance on each other, potentially. And unfortunately, whereas Crunders has gained a little bit of time on Jono in front of him, I'm not sure it's going to be enough to sway the tides in this race. I think he's pitted too often and the strategy's been a bit wayward, to be honest, for Crunders, so it really is unfortunate, because he looked like he was in a very good shout of winning, or potentially getting a podium even. But he has set a very good time of a 1:30.5, so you never know, he might not be out of this yet. Let's focus on Ninon and just check the gaps to the rest of the drivers at the moment. Ninon just managing to catch Millsy a little bit more now. time just over 3 seconds. And Ninon actually getting a much better run out of the last corner than Millsy. A 1:31 dead, an excellent time from Ninon. Let's have a look at Millsy's last time at the 1:31.8. 8/10 gained for Ninon that lap. Maybe the tyres in the Mercedes are just starting to wear a little bit more. And Ninon is managing to capitalise on that, as he does have a bit of an error coming out of the chicane, and Millsy does gain a lot more time on him because of it. Very intriguing to see all the perspectives of these guys and seeing what might occur. As we see Ghost coming into the pits once again. Yep, almost done, Oliver. We're almost there. 5 hours and 40 minutes later, we are almost done. Millsy and Ninon just managing to maintain the gap from lap to lap. Not real any person gaining an advantage last lap. Again, just no time or managed to regain or lost between the two. Both setting very good consistent lap times now in 3rd and 4th place, not giving each other an inch. And Jono behind, not managing to gain any time either. It's unfortunately very spaced out and very even in this last part of the race, as a lot of the drivers are well in their comfort zone now. You see the gap also just being maintained between Hansa, Tactic Alpha and Millsy, also for all drivers, being about 16 seconds difference between the lot of them. It would be very interesting to know, if it hadn't been for the strange stop that Tactic Alpha had to do when because Tactic Alpha has also pitted 3 times during this race, whereas Hansa has only pitted once. So it'd be interesting to see, if Tactic Alpha had only pitted twice, how this race would have turned out. Tactic Alpha just making a little bit of a mistake now. Hans are managing to just pull a little further ahead. And still the gap to Millsy and Ninon continues to remain the same. Neither one of them giving them an inch. Quick look a bit further down the field to see Grunders has actually lost a lot of time to Jono. He must have made a mistake at some point. Unfortunately, no major battles going on for the last 15 minutes of this race. On just losing out a little bit of time to Millsy there. Jono also managing to gain a little bit of time on that lap. Grunders actually manages to gain a lot of time on Jono that lap as well. Could potentially give us a fight if any incidents do happen later on this race. Kick of dust there from Ninon coming across the line for the first corner there. I wish there was more to talk about in these final 10 minutes of the race. Everybody's nicely spaced out and even. Oh, he did actually, Mew. That is true. He did actually set the fastest lap. I'm not quite sure when he did that. Good job to Crunders. He's managing to gain a lot of time on Jono in these final stages of the lap. It's just unfortunate that he won't have enough time to make any advantage of it. Jono picking up a half-second penalty now. Must have just gotten a little bit too greedy on the exit of the chicane there. Millsy actually gaining a little bit of time to Tactic Alpha there. Tactic Alpha just getting a little bit complacent maybe in these latter stages of the race. His pace hasn't quite been on form, which it has been for the rest of this race, unless he is having to slow down to try and save a bit of fuel. His fuel is looking a bit low for these latter stages of the races, and it will be going over into the red very soon. So watch out for that. His best time through this first sector though. Very even between all of these drivers now. Crunders again just eking out a bit more time to Jono. He's getting back to the level that he was at not a moment ago. Looks like Tactic Alpha's just actually picked up another half-second penalty. Ninon actually falling a little bit behind there. Looks like the R8 just a little bit of a spin there as well, as it actually looks like the Lamborghini is overtaken Mr. Joe as well. I didn't realise that at first, but the Huracan driver has overtaken the German driver at some point and is actually a lap ahead. Can't remember how long that was ago, unfortunately. Sorry for missing that. Looks like Ghost is once again ghosting. Or maybe not, as he pulls into the pits. Fortunately not managing to make the same impact as he did in the last stint of the race. Oh, so unfortunately it looks like the Huracan has spun on the exit of the chicane there as well. we tick down the final 5 minutes of the race. So looking where first position is on the track, looks like we should have potentially 3 more laps. So we'll have to see as now Hansa pulls out a 20-second gap to Tactic Alpha in second place. No, I agree, especially at Gardens. It's a really deceiving one, the Lamborghini, because the Lambo is such a good car. It's so tail happy. It's like the Ferrari. The Ferrari is genuinely a really good GR3 car, but because you can't ride it on any of the curbs, and it's so lively, it's so much more difficult to control. Like the Lamborghini and the Ferrari at certain tracks are ridiculously good. It's the same with the NSX, it's pretty much just all of the mid-rear drive cars. Oh, the Huracan does really well at Monza. Yeah, it always has done well at Monza. It's one of the best cars there. It's just the likes of the Lamborghini and all the other MR cars. One, they don't really like curbs, and two, they don't really like slow speed corners too much. But as soon as you get them on medium and long pace corners on like a straight track, they're really good. What's the track? What's the track next time, Kieran? Is that Bathurst? Your driver's got kicked from the lobby, Oliver. Yes, it is Bathurst. No, good stuff. Bathurst is a good track. I do like a bit of Bathurst. I don't know what it'll be like driving it for 2 hours, but I do like Bathurst. So looking forward to that one. And again, if anybody else wants to have a go at this, let the organisers of Enduro GT know. We have plenty of, looks like they have plenty of slots open. Yeah, he's kicking out all of the spectators, Oliver. He's not having any of the other spectators because one of the spectators before, I don't know if it was when you were driving or when somebody else was driving, but it was basically one of the other guys was griefing one of the guys that was racing on track, and they're just kicking all the spectators just to stop that. I think, to be honest, I'm pretty sure I'm the only spectator allowed in at the moment, or anybody else that's streaming really. As we come up to the final minute of this race, will Hansa be able to get the 79th lap? It will be close. Doesn't look like Tactic Alpha will be able to quite get there. Looks like Hansa will be able to, but it actually looks like Tactic Alpha might be able to, or he might just be able to on the line, who knows. It will be very close though. If you look at the timings, he's got 30 seconds from now. I don't know if he quite has enough. Tactic Alpha is actually incredibly low on fuel, so I don't know if he'll actually be able to make another lap. Oh, as he comes around the final corner, no, he's not going to have enough. 3, 2, 1, that is the end of the race. I don't think he would have had enough fuel to come across, but Tactic Alpha is the first person to come across the line. Great stuff by Tactic Alpha, kept everybody else in it all the way in a great second place. Let's have a look. Millsy, well fought, third place for you, great stuff. Ninon coming in at fourth place, unfortunately didn't quite have the pace at the end to challenge Millsy for the last step of the podium. Jono coming across the line as well in fifth place. Crundas, unfortunately the strategy really making up time with only a 5-second difference between him and Jono at the end. Who knows what would have happened if they'd managed to get the strategy right today. Let's have a look at the other guys coming across the line. So the last few guys come across the line. Ghost and the winner of the last stint. Excellent drive throughout. Clean, consistent, did all he needed to do. Hansa comes in close to the pit wall and comes across the line to take first place in the third stint. 1 lap ahead of the rest of the field. And a clean race from Hansa as well. Somehow getting a penalty but getting a clean race. Never seen that one before, if I'm honest. Great stuff, Hansa, and congratulations to all the other drivers as well. A great race, especially in the middle of that race. It was a great stuff. But I'm just going to say thank you for this race and head out. Great job, Hansa. No doubt you'll be in stream chat very soon and actually be able to get the car here today. What's it going to be? I mean, they're all garbage. Yeah, I got the Yobbo. Right, and on that note, almost 7 hours later, I started this stream at about 20 to 12, I believe, so it's almost 7 hours later. Poof, that was a long one. That might be the longest. I wonder if that comes close to the longest stream that we've done on GRT. Has to be close. Has to be. But with that, I'm going to end it there. Thank you very much for the support from everybody today. Massive thank you to all the guys that took part in this. Great racing was shown by all. Congratulations to both Hansa and Mike in the earlier stints as well. Rockerman doing a great job and Hansa taking the win for the last stint as well. And thank you for Enduro GT for hosting this and let us partake. It's good fun. There's Hansa, I was waiting for him. Good job, buddy, thoroughly deserved. Great stint overall. I got your replay saved as well, so don't worry. Actually, I'm a quick check of the library. Does it actually save the entire 2 hours? I don't know. That one has. So the other two must have. 204, 219, 242. Yeah, I'd imagine so. No problem, Hansa. Thank you, Mew, as well, for basically constantly being in the stream a lot today. It means a lot, especially for these very long stints. I will try and do this again next time, but with the races becoming even longer now, I don't know if it'll be possible for me to stream the entire thing in one go. I might have to have some help for that, especially from potentially our American guys, depending on how long it goes for. But nah, you don't need to tell us that, Mew. It's fine. What nap?
But with that, we will see you in a month's time. I'm not sure of the date of the next one, but I'm pretty sure it is Bathurst, as I've been told before. Thank you everybody for watching, and we shall be back on GRT Esports for Iceberg's one make tonight, which I believe will start at 8 o'clock GRT time, so make sure everybody watching checks that out tonight. And yeah, with that, I have been your humblest of potatoes, signing off for now. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll catch you